Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. Make myself a couple of last-minute notes here. And we'll be off and running. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. What's going on? Anything happened yesterday that I should be aware of? Or welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Rob Anthony's right over there.
What's up, man?
If you'd like to join us on the phone, please do. We were out yesterday, of course. I hope you had the day off to reflect and ponder not only your place in the universe, but your brothers and sisters, your comrades and friends, whatever it is. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Those are the phone numbers that are available to you. You can send me a text anytime you like, 35192. I don't respond to all of them, but I will see all of them, yes? And you can't send me photos. A lot of people don't know this because why would they unless I tell them? But people will try to send me photos. Any photo or piece of video or something you want to send me a link, always email that to me, just as an administrative note here at the top of the show, because I can see when people try to send attachments in this texting platform, we can't see photos or anything like that. So anything cool like that you want to send me, even, you attach a photo of you flipping me the middle finger, whatever it is. I'm just saying whatever it is, you have to email that to me. And you can do that at alancockshow.com. One of my favorite things is coming back to look at the texts that came in while we were running a sum of show. And people don't realize that we're running. Now, yesterday, because there was a Cavs game, we just ran an Alan Cox Show Power Hour, just from 2 to 3. Ran a couple of segments, to get people. I see that as a way to get people up for the game. Because after that hour, people go, Jesus Christ, I want to hear anything other than this. And then they hear their number one Cleveland Cavaliers, and they go, oh, thank God. Who ran roughshod over the Phoenix Suns, by the way? It's roughshod, correct? Not rough shot. I hear some people saying rough shot. I don't know what roughshod is. But they rolled right over the Phoenix Suns, who are not a bad basketball team. But the Cavs killed them yesterday here at home. Anyway, all that aside, if you want to watch this program, you can do that. Maybe you want to see our shining faces after 3 days gone. You can go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. My daughter is off school, as a lot of other kids are. I know that there are hundreds of schools throughout Northeast Ohio where they are off. We got the voicemail from the Department of Education, the superintendent or whatever, the recording saying, hey, so yesterday, obviously for the holiday, but then today and tomorrow. And I was trying to cast my mind back if we had wind chill days. I mean, I went to Catholic school, K through 12, and there had to be a nuclear war before we would even get a snow day. Public schools, my friend that went to Chicago public schools, man, they were running around, because the flip side of that was, if you went to Catholic school, you remember this, you got crazy weird days off where none of your friends are home because they're all in public school. So they're getting normal things off, like snow days or whatever else. We'd get the Feast of St. Swithins or whatever it is, oh, today's half day. Oh, come on, man. It wasn't like we had cable. It wasn't like, all my friends that couldn't wait for days off or snow days or playing hooky. I fully understood that for them. They went home. They're in their room. They're playing Atari. They're watching. I didn't have any of that. So I like being in school. That's where all my friends were. And so, but I was like, wind chill days I get because it had to be explained to me. I was like, what? And they go, well, there's all these kids. You can't have them out there waiting for the bus. And I go, oh, yeah, okay. We were driven to school, right? I didn't, by our chauffeur, Mr. Belvedere, would take us every day and say, drop kick, baby. Let me get that out of the way at the top of the show because I know I'm going to want to do it. And so, yeah, there must have been, but I can't cast my mind back to wind chill days.
No way.
It's not a bad idea, but I'm just saying even in the coldest, most bleak Chicago winter, I don't ever remember there being wind chill days. And but I also can't fathom little kids standing out there in that kind of weather waiting for the bus either. And, not every mom and dad can drive their kid to school on a day like that. So it's certainly nothing that I hear a lot of people taking kind of a damn kids today approach to it. I'm like, wait, you want them out there when the high is 1 degree? That's the hill you're trying to die on there? I don't understand that. I just couldn't personally recall getting wind chill days as a kid.
You can't recall them because they didn't happen. You weren't
Is that what it was?
The kids today.
See, Rob's going in on the kids.
All of this.
Your kids are home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're loving it. They had a sleepover last night and friends and fun. Yeah, and I walked to school every day.
Did you?
I did.
How was it uphill both ways?
I was just to say this is not an uphill both ways comment, but I walked to school every single day.
How long of a walk was that time-wise? How long did it take you to walk to school?
20 minutes, 25 minutes, nothing major. It wasn't that bad. But every day I walked to school, and there was never hey, let me take you to school because it's too cold today. It was, make sure you put on your boots, dumbass, and walk to school. Yeah. I remember walking through snow, cold.
Yeah, I remember that.
Waiting for buses, that was great. If it was cold, you just move around.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, the thing that we are doing with our daughter is we said, look, you're still going to stay on the school schedule. You're not staying up late because you got to go back to school on Thursday and Friday. And you can't spend the only 2 days in school this week, tired because you're all thrown off. So, your schedule is going to stay the same. It just so happens you're going to be home all day. So she's rearranging her Pokemon cards and all that kind of stuff. Some low-key fun. And it's okay. I was just personally, I was like, I can't remember. We barely got snow days.
Yeah.
Let alone wind chill days.
Buses sliding down hills. You hear the first time you heard a curse word from an adult was on the bus.
See, I never rode the bus.
Oh, dude.
I never rode the bus. And I really, as a kid, they talk about kids who are homeschooled, how they're so poorly socialized in a lot of instances, and then they're launched into the world if they go to college and have to kind of fend for themselves. To a certain degree, that's how I felt not being a bus rider. In many ways, I was happy. I wasn't standing out there waiting for the bus, things like that. But there's a lot of socialization that goes on the bus. Now, I assume I would have been beaten up on the bus just like I was at school on a normal day. But we never rode the bus.
We did in junior high school. When I was 6th through 8th grade, I rode the bus. And then high school, I walked until my friend got his license. And then we would drive every day. But the bus was, man, that was the coming of age stuff. That's where you learn dirty jokes. Yeah. We had a bus driver named Crazy Mary. Mary, she was from.
Weird thing is, it was a guy.
Yeah, exactly. She was from the town that we lived in, and my grandmother knew her, and they used to call her Crazy Mary. And that's where she would be driving the bus, and you just start hearing her favorite word was Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Every time, Jesus Christ. The bus would start sliding. Oh, Jesus Christ! All the time. It's great.
I love the memes of people's dash cams when they're sliding in the snow. There's one that's when your girl says she doesn't like it, but she really does. And she's like, oh, she's trying to straighten her car out. And she's sliding all over the highway. Oh, I'm a sucker for that stuff.
And she fixes it and she's like, oh.
And the college kids, I see college kids complaining that we still have class. Yes, because you're a grown-up. That's what you keep telling us.
Right.
You're in college. Stop. You can get up and walk. You don't have to be driven. Yeah, it sucks, but what do you want? You're paying for it. Or somebody's paying for it. I don't know. But yeah, I could just personally, I'm like, I can't remember that we got wind chill days.
Do you even remember the weatherman, the meteorologist, when you were a kid saying,
Oh,
we're going to
yeah.
have extreme cold?
Yes.
I don't remember that at all.
I do.
I remember them saying it's going to be cold. We're going to see temperatures down to 1, and we'd be like, oh God, it's going to be cold. But this whole graphic world is ending extreme cold.
Oh, well, yeah, I think that's
all
probably
brand new.
Laying it on a little thick. But also, I don't like them telling me what it's going to feel like. I don't want to be dead horse here, but they're like, feels like. Tell me.
Yeah, feels cold.
Yeah. But it is funny to look at your weather app, whatever you use, and it says the high today is going to be a degree. 1 degree is going to be the high.
And tomorrow's going to be worse, right?
Yeah, it's bad all week. It's that polar vortex, right?
Wet and sloppy.
That's right. Thank you, Jackie in traffic.
I'm so happy you got that.
Yeah.
Wet and sloppy.
Yeah.
All week long.
All right, I got a break. You want to send a text 35192. Lots of stuff to get into today. I got tickets for a lot of shows coming through as well. Shinedown just announced they're doing a tour. They're bringing Bush with them. So we'll hook you up for that. Napalm Death and the Melvins. Pinch Me. They're one of the first shows at that new Globe Iron venue down there in the Flats. We'll hook that up. And then money every hour. 30 past the hour. We're still giving away $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So that next keyword is coming up around 2:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The recent wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles
favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Yeah, a handful of people died while we were gone. And then one person who died that I had forgotten about happened over the break when we were gone for Christmas. The Guitar Man died. This guy that I don't know if you ever ran into Guitar Man. He would walk around here downtown for many, many years. He died while we were gone over Christmas. And I had made myself a note, and I had completely forgotten about it. And now, of course, I should have realized that I was opening Pandora's box when I started talking about wind chill days, because now everybody's regaling me with the tales of how they didn't have to, they didn't do anything like that. And we weren't big pussies like that. And I'm like, listen, I'm not even casting it like that. I'm saying I don't recall that when I was a kid. And, you know, I don't want little kids. I don't know when I got so goddamn soft in my old age, but I know what it is because I'm an old dad. Yeah, that's what screwed me. You know, I have maintained both professionally and personally. If you're one of the people breathing rarefied air in that you know me personally, you know that I have essentially a lifelong streak, unbroken, of being a full-on prick. But my older kids, you know, was almost out. And then I had another kid. And so that's when you know, it's that when the your X and Y axes there, you know, when you're getting a little older and maybe a little bit more contemplative about your own life, and then you have a small child. So I have nothing but, I don't want to see little kids standing out there in a day like this.
Meow, 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 meow.
Now, granted, they are usually standing out in front of their own house. So it's not like they're walking to a bus stop, you know. These buses stop in front of the houses and whatever. Alan was a senior in high school in 94. We had a couple of days off for negative degree temperatures. That was the only time having off K through 12 for the cold. My kids in Menor get heat day when it's too hot because their school has no AC.
You know, we just used to sweat. There was no heat days. It was just hot as hell.
Right.
And you would just sit there and be hot, and then you would go home. And if you were lucky, you had air conditioning at home. Game over.
Yeah. Recently, I had to explain to an adult who was homeschooled that the bus was the Wild West when they were talking about a child who was getting picked on the bus. Yeah, that would have been me. I was really ambivalent about the bus because on the one hand, I was like, man, I'm not looking to get pre-bullied, right? I mean, so I was happy to, you know, my dad took us to school in the morning on his way to work, and then my mom would pick us up.
Maybe if you'd ridden the bus, you would have gotten in with one of the groups, and then you wouldn't have been bullied at school. There could be a flip side
I should have become someone's bitch, you mean?
I'm not saying a prison bitch. I'm just saying.
Honey, how was school? Oh, it's pretty good, Mom. I've got a bus wife.
Can you pack 2 peanut butter sandwiches tomorrow, please?
Oh, he tried to pack them.
That's how Butch likes it.
Yeah, that's right. He likes extra chunky. Oh, can you imagine that? Oh, how I grew up and the food we ate. Mom, he doesn't like the molasses and elderberry sandwiches you've been making for me.
He beat me for that, too.
He beat me with my own sandwich, Mom. The seeds got in my eyeballs.
Trying to get out of it with a sandwich, you get it worse.
Oh, God. Why did it have to be on a marble rye? So the bus, I avoided a lot in the bus. But again, there is a degree of socialization that goes on there that I missed out on. And, of course, my friends would just regale me with these wild tales of all the fun times they had. And I think that's great. This is a song that was playing when I was going to school. I had nothing to trade.
I have a bus wife.
We had nothing to trade with my lunch. I was desperate to trade. I had nothing.
You have, like, chips sometimes? You have chips. So there you go.
We had one flavor of Doritos. We had nacho cheese Doritos.
Those are the good ones.
Yeah. But, I mean, man. Of course, we made our own lunches, right? We were taught to be extraordinarily self-sufficient, so we made our lunches from, like, kindergarten on, right? But you're just still dealing with what your parents buy. So it wasn't like I had a stash somewhere at something.
You didn't have the option for school lunch? Like you couldn't have gotten the school lunch option? You get the tater tots and the...
No. K through 8, we didn't have a school cafeteria.
Oh, okay.
It was all brown bag.
Got it.
Yeah. We'd have hot dog day and milk day and stuff like that, but we didn't have milk, and hot dog day was fine. No ketchup. That was, you want to talk about getting beat up. Alan, a lot of drivers out there don't seem to understand that commonly used ice melting agents like salt do not melt snow below 16 degrees Fahrenheit. A lot of people still driving like they have a fire in their arse. I don't know that that's common knowledge, by the way. I mean, that's good information to have, but if somebody had asked me that question, I don't think I would have known that.
There has to be some that works.
Oh, I'm sure.
Otherwise, every highway would be an ice
rink. Right. When I was in college at OSU, they canceled classes due to an ice storm. So everybody went to the bars, and then the college president said he'd never do it again because if we could go to the bar, we could go to class. Yeah, that's true. You played yourself, playa, with a situation like that. Allen Public School, no, we had no wind days, no snow days. We had 1 or 2 hour delayed starts. That's Debbie. Right, you'd have snow delays. And you'd go, ooh, because that was a thing, too. Public school kids, they'd be looking at the crawl on the television to see if their school, now you have apps and everything and the school calls you, but back in the day, you'd watch the news, local news, and they'd be like, these are the schools that are closed, and everybody, well, not once. We knew there was never going to be a saint something on the school closings. Never.
The delays sucked even worse than anything because I remember my dad coming in and being like, get up for school. I'm like, Dad, we have a 2-hour delay. Yeah, it's great. Gives you 2 hours to shovel the driveway. Get your ass outside. And that was pretty much every single time we had a delay. There was no, oh yeah, I get to stay in longer, take my time eating breakfast. Get outside and shovel.
Right. Alan, you and I, we both lived in Illinois. We're the same age. We both got off school in the blizzard of 78. Yeah, we got off school in the blizzard of 78. But, I mean, okay.
It took a blizzard.
A
end of the world type storm.
Yeah. That's right. Anywho, I'm just delaying the inevitable here. A lot of people passed away while we were gone. The one that jumped out at me, and probably a lot of people, is Big Chuck passed away. And that's obviously a huge blow to Northeast Ohio and kind of pop culture here. And you want to talk about back in the day. A lot of people who came up with Chuck Shadowski, Big Chuck and Lil Jon was a show that was very, very instrumental. A lot of people's growing up here. Obviously, I'm not from here, but Big Chuck and Lil Jon used to do this show with some regularity. At Ghilardi Fest and things like that, they'd come in to promote things, and they just couldn't be nicer. And Chuck was 90 years old. One of the most familiar faces on television in Northeast Ohio. And I think about people like this because, and I posted a little thing on Instagram over the weekend, not every city and market has somebody like that. We had Svengoolie in Chicago, like one of these late night horror hosts, or just people who are kind of larger than life on local television. And of course, he was literally and figuratively. And he started out small when Ernie Anderson used to do Ghilardi back in the day, but born and bred Cleveland. And it just couldn't have been nicer. So he was a guy with a very impressive professional CV in television and things like that. And he was at Channel 3 and then Channel 8 and, but the Big Chuck and Lil Jon show, here in Cleveland, that show would outperform The Tonight Show. These guys would get better ratings than Carson at kind of their height there. And so that kind of jumped out, I think, probably for a lot of people. And again, they hadn't done the show in quite a while, but my first handful of years here, that was kind of my touchstone. People are like, oh, you have to have these guys on when they want to come on. And they were a lot of fun and couldn't have been nicer. So Big Chuck and Lil Jon. I got to tell you this, too. And this is completely got nothing to do with this. I hate to be a stickler for apostrophes, but I got to tell you, and I don't mean extraneous apostrophes. We've all seen those, right? People put them where they don't belong. You know, hot wings, W-I-N-G-S apostrophe. But anytime you see, you know, like Lil Jon, the rapper, or John Rinaldi, they always put the apostrophe after the second L. L-I-L apostrophe. And it's obviously a contraction of little. And so I think, as a word nerd, and you can beat me up for it if you want, but it seems to me that the contraction lil would be L apostrophe I-L. Is this as dumb as it sounds now that I'm saying it out loud?
I don't know.
This is not a hill anyone's going to die on, but I see a lot of lil, L-I-L apostrophe.
Is it shortened, or are they just trying to make it sound cute instead of like little, lol?
Yeah, but it's still a contraction of the word little. And so it would be L apostrophe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like can't is a contraction of cannot, right? C-A-N, that's the first part of the word, and then your apostrophe marks the contraction, and then T.
Well, that's because there's two words.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad. No, because all they're doing is taking the T's out of this.
I know.
Right?
I could be completely wrong. It just seemed to me that maybe, listen. So, condolences to Big Chuck's family, to John Rinaldi, who's a business owner in his own right. So that's a big loss for kind of local television pop culture, kind of a passing of the torch. There's nobody, I don't think, that's like doing that now. They used to have the Big Bad B-movie show on here for a while, which was great, that was hosted by a couple friends of ours. They were kind enough to have me on that show some years ago. So Big Chuck died. Oh, I got to give you some money here, and then we'll get to more dead people. It is $1,000. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I hope it goes into your pocket. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Do you remember this record? The Blue Murder album? Remember Blue Murder?
I don't.
Oh, my God. It was like, they only did a couple. I was such a sucker for this. A guy named John Sykes died. He is the guitar player. He died young-ish, I think. Cancer, he's 65 years old. But he was a guy that was in Thin Lizzy for a cup of coffee, but he toured with Whitesnake. He was a guy that played the guitar on all those massive 80s Whitesnake albums, but then he and David Coverdale blew up, so I don't think he ever went on tour with them, but all of those licks in, Still the Night, that's all John Sykes, and I always loved John Sykes. I always thought he was one of the most underrated rock guitarists ever. This guy was in a band called Tigers of Pantang, if you go back that far. Not the spin-off Tigers of Poontang, but he was... But Whitesnake, and he had this band. It was the very first CD I ever bought. It was April of '89, and he had a band called Blue Murder. It was like this power trio. It was John Sykes, who Whitesnake had blown up so big that the record label was like, go do whatever you want to do and we'll sign you and whatever. And so he put together a record called Blue Murder. And it was Tony Franklin played the bass, who had been in The Firm with Jimmy Page and Paul Rodgers. And then Carmine Appice, who's been on this show a handful of times, one of my drumming icons, and he played the drums. And it was just his power trio, but it was this big arena rock sound. And they put out a second record, but it was like him and a bunch of scrubs or whatever, and it was fine. But that '89 Blue Murder album with John Sykes, I just could not get enough of that thing. It just sounded big and loud, and the riffs were huge. It was just the perfect record for that time. And I saw over the weekend that John Sykes died of cancer, 65. And he was still recording and doing things, but man, I just never thought that guy got his due. I just love John Sykes. Locally, the Guitar Man died. This happened while we were gone over the break. Did you ever see Guitar Man down in East 4th?
No.
Eli Fletcher is the guy's name. He was the guy that would walk around. I mean, he wasn't svelte, but he would walk around in like a Superman outfit, and he had the mask on, long gray hair. Cleveland superhero guitar man. And he was just down there in East Fort. He was down there for decades, just walking around, playing the guitar. And nice guy. You'd talk to him, and he was just a nice dude. He passed away while we were on our end-of-year break, and I neglected to mention it. A guy, if you go way back with the Cleveland Indians, a guy named Jeff Torborg died. He was a former Cleveland Indians manager. This is a cup of coffee. He did 3 seasons with him in the late 70s, but part of that organization. He was the only catcher to catch no-hitters from Nolan Ryan and Sandy Koufax. Was Jeff Torborg, which is a great name. I love it. I can't stop saying it. Torborg. Resistance is futile to that guy. So a lot of people passed away while we were gone. And R.I.P. to all involved. Hey, Victoria.
Hello.
Well, hello.
I called to talk about snow days, but now it's all changed.
For you.
Because what?
Now it's all changed.
No, it's okay.
First of all, Big Chuck and Little John couldn't be two nicer guys. They're just amazing guys.
Very nice.
And now we get to the Lil and the contractions. I agree with you on the Lil, but I think it should be L-I''L because the 2 T's are missing.
Oh.
And then you could also look at that. You could look at that. Well, the E is missing on the end, so they just keep the letters together and put the apostrophe.
Now
on the
you're
end.
making it move.
I don't like it.
Now I understand what's happening. All right. Yeah, listen, you're opening my eyes, Victoria. A little bit of information goes a long way. All right, what's up?
Back when I was in grade school, which was 100 years ago, we had about 10 days off. Not quite 2 weeks, 10 days off because of snow. We just went sled riding every day. But then comes the day, and this is right before Christmas vacation, a day public schools all went back to school, but Catholic schools didn't have school, and nobody could figure it out. And later we found out, might be urban legend, I don't know, but some kid called into the radio station or news stations and said this was the bishop. Catholic schools don't have school.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the bishop. I want to let everybody know you don't have school. Yeah, I'm the bishop. How you like that?
The bishop.
And then the next storm hit, and everybody was off again. And then it was Christmas. I mean, we were off of school for like a month.
Yeah.
It was the best.
Well, you had to properly celebrate Jesus' birthday there, even though he was a June baby.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
All right, be careful out there, Victoria.
That's all I got. I will. Thank you much.
Thank you, baby. There's Victoria out there in Northfield. How about that? Her friend called that's a quality old school prank, right? Like Ferris calling Ed Rooney. Rooney! Why don't just roll her old bones on over here and we'll...
Hey, this is the bishop. I want to let all the kids know who go to Our Lady of Perpetual Motion. There's no school today. Hey.
Are you under the weather?
No. This is the bishop. I'm the bishop.
You sound like you could be a little ill, Bishop.
Lil
ill.
L-I''.
That's a lot of I's and L's.
Yeah, it sure is.
It says there's no correct way to shorten little because it's a word that cannot be shortened in a grammatically correct way.
Oh.
But the 2 most common ways are lil, like we had, and L-I''L.
Okay, so it's dealer's choice then.
Sounds like it.
Oh, beautiful. Okay,
Although nobody did L''IL. I did not see that anywhere.
Well, then again, I could be
But you
completely
could be right.
wrong. Yeah, I could be complete. Some people don't even F with the apostrophe. They just L-I-L.
There's also one here
all
that
right.
has the apostrophe before it. So apostrophe L-I-L, which would be all wrong.
Okay. Well, the English language is a fluid and wondrous thing. There you go. Thank you, Victoria. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get a burp out, and I will have, The Damned. Want to go see The Damned? You want to talk about where punk was born? It was born in 1975 in England with a band called The Damned, and they're all going out on the road in 2025. I think with a bunch of the original members, yeah? And they're one of the first bands to play the new Globe Iron venue down there in the Flats. The Damned and the Bell Rays in May. And I will have a pair of tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
All us guys took some love honey with the active ingredient of Cialis. Jeffrey, you feel anything yet?
I haven't felt a bloody damn thing.
Charlie, you seem to be sort of.
There's something going on. There's something happening in his pants that he keeps.
I got lightheaded. Like the blood in my brain is drained and it's going south.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Ooh.
To do what?
to finish some things because
a little pressure relief valve.
I got to blow some steam off.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The second-ranked South Carolina women's basketball team is putting a little pressure on number 1 UCLA, picking up a first-place vote in the latest rankings. The Gamecocks are in the midst of a 5-game stretch against ranked opponents. So far, they've beaten Texas by 17, Alabama by 18, and Oklahoma by 41. Up next, number 5 LSU, and then number 17 Tennessee. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card, you earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase for your business with the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/SparkCash for details.
GreatAir.com.
It's a new year full of new deals at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon. Browse the widest selection of new Chevys, all priced to move. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on select vehicles. That's right, up to $10,000 off your new Chevy. Visit Rick Limbers and his team today at Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon to find the New Year's deal you've been waiting for. Mark Wahlberg Chevrolet of Avon, the #1 name for Chevy. See dealer for details. Offer ends February 28th.
I added all my presets just like in my car. This is great.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app. See it now, along with even more great features. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
iHeartRadio. Hot in one room and cold in the next? No ductwork? No problem. Bryant Ductless Systems will bring enhanced heating and cooling to your home. Call DeAngelis Heating and Air Conditioning today to find out which ductless system is right for you. Bryant and DeAngelis Heating and Air Conditioning, doing whatever it takes.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Kevin Moret for Mentality. Most new Mentality clients are stuck running on just 1/3 of the free testosterone they need, and that's why nothing feels right. You're drained, frustrated, and stuck in a body that won't respond to diet or exercise. But it's not your fault. Mentality's doctors specialize in fixing the imbalance. When your free testosterone is restored, everything changes. Your strength, your energy, and drive all come roaring back. Start the year strong with our New Year's offer at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Whether they're at school or a sleepover, as a parent, you worry about your child with food allergies. I want my kids to enjoy every moment without us. Did you know Xolair Omalizumab 150 milligrams is an approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions when your child accidentally eats something they're allergic to?
When taken once or twice a month, Xolair focuses on the source of food allergy reactions. For adults and children as young as 1, Xolair is effective in reducing allergic reactions to a single or multiple foods. While taking Xolair, you should continue to avoid all foods to which you are allergic. Xolair should not be used for the emergency treatment of any allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. By prescription only. Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis.
convention or something?
On 100.7 WMMS.
There we go. A little Born to Kill from the Dam. Cavs killed the Phoenix Suns last night, 118-92. Whew. That's a good palate cleanser when you've been having a bit of a rocky ride last handful of games. Cavs are off tonight. Tomorrow night, they will go to Houston, play the Rockets. Cavs-Rockets, that is an 8 o'clock start tomorrow night. 7:30 is when the pregame will begin here on MMS. And you can listen on the iHeartRadio app if you're so inclined. Rockets are a great team, too. They are second in the West behind the Oklahoma City Thunder. So it'll be a good game tomorrow night. The Cavs will go to Philly on Friday, play the Sixers. And you still have a couple of weeks remaining to use the promo code Garland. I had people asking me all through the weekend and yesterday. They would email me, which you can certainly do. And they go, hey, what's the promo code? At least that's how I heard it in my head. So Garland at CLE Clothing Company, use that whether you're checking out in store or you're checking out online, and you'll get 20% off all month long. The after hours line. You know, it used to be the drunk dial line in the earlier days of this show, and people would call and they'd leave rambling messages over the weekend, and it was a lot of fun, but I think some people are still using it for that. You whip out a scintillating topic like apostrophe placement here on the show, and it gets people's attention. Like this guy.
Yeah, I was going to say the person that was talking about Little John and putting apostrophe in Lil, and he said it should be L-I apostrophe, or he said it should be L apostrophe I-L. But no, it should be L-I apostrophe L. Because little is spelled Little, so you would have the apostrophe between the I and the second L.
Yeah.
Because the T's come between the I and the first or the second L. So just letting you know, you got that wrong.
I told him,
yeah,
because L is before the L is before the two T's with an I.
Yeah. I guess the linguistics department over at Cleveland State has the day off, too. So I'm glad that we were able to power that signal through the noise. No, listen, thank you, sir. I don't care what state you're in. If you can get through to us that way, you should absolutely do that. So thank you there. Well, hey, a lot of people are excited because Ohio State University has won the college football championship. Buckeyes, very, very happy. See, it all works out when you're not playing Michigan.
Ooh.
They beat the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. It was 34-23. It was it was close at the end. It wasn't that close earlier on. Notre Dame scored first, of course. But then it was mostly the Buckeyes. It was a field goal with 29 seconds left in the game that sealed the deal.
From 33 yards. You miss it, and the Irish have hope. It's good. And Ohio State, national champions. The longest, toughest postseason climb in the history of the sport. And after all that, it's Ohio State together at the mountaintop. Champions of college football.
Yep, so there you go. I mean, you did it. You beat Notre Dame for the college football championship. Congratulations. Very, very. There's an app that I will check occasionally for goings on in my part of Northeast Ohio. You know, if there are water main breaks or things like that, the information. And last night somebody had posted. It had to have been probably around 10:30 p.m. or something. did anybody just hear this big boom over, and they named the street, and all these other people were leaving their comments. It's fireworks for Ohio State. It's probably just people setting off fireworks for Ohio State. I'm like, okay. I didn't hear anything, but apparently this person was quite concerned. I've come to the conclusion, and maybe you have too in your neighborhood, that anytime you hear a boom, it's usually somebody setting off fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's going to make it very difficult to suss out the beginnings of our eventual societal collapse. Because you'll just go, just fireworks. Somebody out there celebrating something.
Boy, those are a lot of fireworks.
A lot of fireworks. Boy, they're really...
Getting close.
What are those like? Those are, but really...
Closer and closer every couple of minutes.
Closer and closer. It's as though they're trying to get right out on top of us to do this. So, yeah, it was very helpful. So I guess there were a lot of fireworks going off for Ohio State winning the national championship there. And congratulations to them.
Yeah, that first drive, too, I was like, uh-oh. I mean, because Notre Dame scored with ease.
Yeah.
So then, thankfully, things turned around. But I was afraid that was going to be a long night based on that.
Yeah. I peeked in one time, and I think it was like, I don't know, Notre Dame had scored like 4 points or something. So I was like, oh, maybe this is just going to be, maybe they'll just run away with it. And I hope the whole Ohio State football players are ready for a delicious White House meal of leftover Burger King or Pizza Hut or whatever. Something else I didn't tune into at all, by the way, yesterday was any of the goings-on with the Trump inaugural. I'm like, we're going to see it on social media. We're going to see memes, and I'll be able to kind of piece together everything that happened. And I was going to say the high points. There weren't really any of those. But I just didn't pay attention to it yesterday, right? We weren't here. There was an afternoon Cavs game that preempted us. And I just made a conscious decision. I'm like, I don't care about this. Day one was already a shrimp show, and we still have 3 years and 365 days left. So whatever. I was reading, though, because they had moved the inaugural inside. Because they said, these temperatures are just unbearable, and the president-elect doesn't want to be outside, and blah, 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 even though it was much, much colder when Obama was inaugurated, and the National Mall was just nuts to butts. But okay, whatever, I get it. Reagan did it in the 80s. I wouldn't want to be standing outside in that either. But I know there were a lot of MAGA faithful who were very upset because they had spent a lot of money and traveled a long way to be part of the inaugural celebration outside. And so these people ended up having to watch the whole thing on their televisions in their hotel rooms.
Yeah, but I mean, he announced it last week that it was going to be outside. I mean, not outside.
We heard that. Maybe these people had, maybe their travel plans were already dug in a while ago and paid for. I don't know. One guy who had traveled from Seattle, 2,700 miles, to watch Trump get inaugurated, said I had to watch it on my iPad. They did a public viewing of the ceremony, Capital One Arena in downtown D.C. They did a public viewing of it. And so a lot of those people wanted to get inside to see that. But a lot of those people, they didn't get in. And so they're out there in the cold. And again, you're grown-ups. You can, well, theoretically, you're grown-ups. You can stand outside in whatever weather you see fit.
I watched a little bit of it because I have never seen one indoors. So I was interested to see what they would do that was so much different than, coming down that long tunnel out to the steps and stuff. But
that's
pretty
also
much the same thing.
But the rotunda too. That's also where presidents lie in state.
Yeah,
right.
Carter was just there.
Carter was there. Well, I wonder what the time lag was between Carter getting wheeled out and the inaugural.
It was like 6 minutes, I think.
Is that?
Get him out of here.
Yeah, they wheeled him out and pulled all the chafing dishes from the crafty.
Life is for the living. Get him out.
Yeah. Get him out. Yeah. So, and I've gotten the usual messages from people.
I'm Alan. Donald Trump is president again. I'm going to cry in my studio. There's only going to be 2 genders. There's extra border security to secure my country, and I don't like it because I'm a lunatic liberal.
I don't know what this notion is that I'm crying over all this. First of all, if you half-wits had graduated the 6th grade, you would know that there aren't only 2 genders. There are 2 biological sexes, but that's not what they're talking about. You dummy. The other stuff, there's no crying going on. I'm not going to spend the next 4 years going off on whatever's happening. I'm just not going to do it. You guys decided, and there it is. But this is also why nobody likes you guys, because you can't take the win. You guys got everything this time, right? And you're still mad. You still, because you know, deep, deep down, it's all a goof. Deep down. And it's embarrassing to publicly say you got played. I understand. I posted a thing yesterday on my story on Instagram. Martin Luther King talking about don't let anybody make you feel less than or whatever. And I'm like, this is what my MAGA friends, because believe it or not, I have them. This is what my MAGA friends need to hear. Because you love this guy, because you want him to lead you around by the nose. And you should try to resist that urge. And so there's all this, you hear a lot of talk about like, why can't we, people's personalities aren't defined by politics. But in many ways it is. Because your political personality is born of your values. That's how people vote. It's the prism through which you see yourself and other people, and people who are like you and people who are unlike you. So politics is very personal. This notion that now I'm not saying we got to talk about it all the time, because Jesus Christ, we do not. But this notion that people have been surfing this wave of like, well, it doesn't define me. It very much does. Everybody's the main character in their own story. We've all heard that. And most people want to think of themselves as a good person. I personally have never been burdened by that. I don't think I'm a good person. There's way too much evidence to the contrary. I can sit with that. But how you vote is a direct correlation with how you view the world and how you view your place in it. So politics is very much an identifying trait of anyone's personality. It's not the sum total, obviously, of you. And so I understand what people are saying. They're like, well, I'm not going to write this person off just because of X, Y, and Z. And I fully understand that, and I agree with it. But don't try to tell me that to say it should have no place. It's silly and naive and juvenile to think that way. People are giving Snoop Dogg a hard time because the last time around he was dropping F-bombs on Trump and now he's Snoop Dogg is a rich guy. It's not confusing. He's a rich guy. He's been rich for a long time. Rich people stick together. And so it doesn't matter what you look like, or these are rich people. But the dicks are in charge. Kid Rock went viral because he hit on the BBC reporter. She doesn't know what to do. She's just trying to talk to him because he's Kid Rock and he's at the inaugural. He's like, hey, you sound hot. That's what it is. All the nerds and douchebags who were always mad that nobody took them seriously, they got crazy rich and now they're in charge and they're still douchebags and dicks. And that's what it is. And a lot of people are totally fine with that. And so we have to sit with that. But this notion that there's crying going on, that's long gone. There was crying last time with a lot of people. A lot of people. This time, there's no crying. There just isn't. So, but I still got messages.
Hey, Alan, when I thinks of you, I thinks of 4 words that spell another word, and they are as follows. See you next Tuesday, you dumb son of a bitch. I know you're crying because Donald Trump is the new president of the United States for the 2nd time. And you know what? I don't care if your whole studio burns down. You dumb homosexual.
Why would the studio burn down? We don't have that many wire shorts in here, do we?
And I'm in here too, you son of a bitch. What did I do?
Yeah, what did he do?
Jesus Christ.
Billy Ray Cyrus performed. Not so you could really tell. He was
scraping bottom for that one, huh?
He was trying to do Old Town Road, that Lil Nas X song. Lil.
How'd they spell it?
I don't know. Lil Nas X.
I'm going to take my horse to the Old Town Road. I'm going to...
He sounds like Mike Lindell. That's not the My Pillow guy in a hat?
I can't no more. Y'all can put your hands together now like that. If you encourage him out, keep going. They told me to kill as much time as possible, so does anybody know the words to Achy Breaky Heart while I'm here? I'll try a little bit. Let's see what happens. Hey, is my guitar still?
You know what a lot of people don't realize, including yours truly? Achy Breaky Heart was a cover. Imagine your biggest song of all time. There's a lot of people who had a huge hit with a cover song, but they usually follow it up with their own stuff. And I know Billy Ray Cyrus has original material, but people, you think of him and you think Achy Breaky Heart. It wasn't even his song. It was another guy had written and performed it like a couple of years earlier. It's not like he dug up some song from the 50s. So I don't know what's going on with poor Billy Ray.
Sounds perfectly healthy.
He sounds great. So, yeah, everybody's talking about Elon Musk doing the Nazi salute. And, you know, people on that side, by the way, are contorting themselves into a pretzel to explain that. People are like, it was a Roman salute. That's different. Yeah, but the Roman salute is called the fascist salute. So is there different hand placement on the part of Elon Musk? Being autistic doesn't make you racist, by the way. So if the next 4 years are going to be, they're not Nazis, they're just fascists, I don't know that that's really going to make people feel great. So people can beat each other up over whatever Elon Musk is doing. The guys that were in the front row at that inaugural got what they paid for. You and I didn't. He's already raising drug prices, revoking executive orders on AI risks, canceling flights for Afghan refugees that helped us against the Taliban, pardoning January 6 people. Okay, it's all there. He's in charge and you do what he wants. All the people that have back the blue flags in front of their house, they're cheering now for people who tried to kill cops. So again, twisting yourself into a pretzel. I don't know. There's no crying going on, though. It is what it is. So we'll see. I was talking to one of our colleagues today who's a Trump voter, and I'm like, listen, God bless, man. The best that anyone can hope for is that they accidentally fall ass backwards into some good stuff. That's the best you could. It was never about populism, ever, ever. The silver lining is we can get rid of this American exceptionalism dream we've all been laboring under for, 100 years or whatever. So that's a good thing. But, there's a lot of toothpaste that doesn't go back into the tube here. So I don't know. No one can predict the future. I want everyone to have every success. That's what I want.
Well, yeah, his success is ours, right? So if he does well, then we have to assume that is going to become good for us. I would hope.
Well, I don't believe that. I mean, that to me sounds like trickle down. I mean, that's never been the case.
No, I just mean if he does well and he does the things that he's going to do for the country in general, that's going to turn into good things for us.
Well, that's what I mean. And that will happen accidentally. All he's concerned about is getting his. So those are the things that will happen accidentally.
I can just see him like sitting there. He did like that thing in front of everyone. He was signing all the executive orders and he was giving his pen to people. I can just see him like signing Donald J. Trump. And then someone goes, hey, Elon Musk just pulled a Hitler up on stage. And you can see him go, he did what? Oh, thank God. And that just like takes away everything that he's doing. Like that literally, pardon the pun, trumped everything that Trump did yesterday because everyone's talking about, I mean, there was an inauguration, there was a national championship. All of these things happened yesterday and everyone is talking about Elon Musk. Like that well, yeah,
he just gave the Democrats their midterm attack ad, right? What? In 2020, in 2 years, it'll be like, how's this working out for you?
Yeah, I mean, again, if you've ever been associated with something, if someone online says, hey, Alan, you're known to potentially talk to Nazis. You're on 4chan and you might be talking to Nazis. That would at least be in the back of your head, autistic or not, to say, I probably shouldn't do something that looks like I'm going to make that salute, regardless of what you want to call it. The more you see it, the more it looks, to turn around and do it again. And then, I'm on my heart. That's where you put your hand on your heart. You may be like, softly, here.
And maybe and listen, maybe if you're being charitable, maybe that's what he meant by it.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. I don't either.
I'm not trying to say he's a Nazi either. I'm not,
right.
I don't know any of that stuff. But that was arguably the stupidest thing you ever could have done on stage. I think everyone can agree on that.
Really weird. It was really weird. Ironically, there's all these people talking about like the health of a democracy is contingent on faith in our institutions and then consequently how much damage Trump has done to them and will continue to do them. But these are the same institutions that completely let him walk. So the question becomes, why should we have faith in these institutions? Why should we? What has that gotten us? I'm not talking about like in a hopeless way. Hopelessness is not an option, right, for anyone. There are many, many things that will not happen in our lifetimes, good and bad. And so I've always said I think it's comforting to realize how ineffective we all are and how inconsequential we are big picture. But I don't know. But I know, I get these messages and people beat me up. That's completely fine. That's totally fine. I am not going to spend the next 4 years going over chapter and verse of whatever fakakta thing somebody did over there. Because I got to have fun over here. You know what I mean? Like, just for my own sanity, I got to have fun. I got to talk about getting beat up with my own sandwich on the bus. That's what I got to do.
And whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
It's
whether
going to
you
happen.
talk about
That's
it, bitch, or not.
Absolutely correct. It's going to happen. I hope that that people's lives are not made exponentially more difficult. I haven't seen anything, by the way. Out of all the stuff that was signed, I didn't see one goddamn thing that addressed anything about inflation. So good luck with all that. Hitting all the important stuff, trying to minimize 3% of the population. That's very important. The transgender community. So, again, there's nothing shocking here, to quote the great Perry Farrell. But
I think a lot of that stuff, though, he had to do certain things yesterday that he said he was going to do all along because that's what his audience wants.
He said he was going to fix inflation on day one. Well, yesterday was day one.
Well, it's not a full day, maybe. Who knows? Maybe he has something
24
coming
hours.
later.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just saying he said he would change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Yeah.
And he actually, I think it's bat crazy. But he did it. And that's what we're supposed to refer to it as. It's the Gulf of Mexico. It always has been.
Listen, at home in Chicago, it's still the Sears Tower, okay? I don't call it the Willis Tower. Right. Nobody does, right? People go, it's still the Jake right there at the corner of Ontario and Carnegie. Yeah, you call whatever you want, homeboy. Yeah. It's not going to show up on your Rand McNally. It's not like cartographers are, changing their stuff. Oh, God, it's Gulf of America. Nobody's doing that.
It's all about image.
So I guess that's where you want to start. But we'll see. We shall
Inflation,
see.
Day 2, Alan.
Yeah, we shall see. And I hope for the best for everyone. I've got $1,000 for you. How's that scratch where you itch? 3:30 is that next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie, so we'll get to that. If you want to go to Monster Jam, and frankly, who doesn't? Monster Jam's a blast. It's back in Cleveland, middle of February. I'll have a 4-pack of tickets for you over there at the Romo Fijo. 35192. Text me for anything else there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox
and search Tech Stuff to start listening.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
Oh, it's that time of year again. It's the return of Monster Jam roaring back into Cleveland by popular demand. It is February 14th through the 16th. You coming up Snake Eyes on Valentine's Day? Well, to the Romo Fijo. 4 performances over the course of the weekend to see your favorites like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more of your favorite Monster Jam trucks. You can always go to monsterjam.com. Tickets, info, all that. I got a 4-pack for you here. Monster Jam at the Romo Fijo next month. Good luck. Always fun, man. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Do. You know, I'm bummed that we ended up having to cancel that Alter Ego Festival because of the LA wildfires, but it wasn't like they got me tickets anyway. But still, I really love St. Vincent, and she was set to play that event. This was like the first year I really wanted to go to Alter Ego. Of course, as it turned out, nobody got to go because they had to 86 that ish.
That'll show them for not giving you tickets.
That
bastards.
That'll show them. I don't ask for much around here, right? A little behind the scenes drama. And I didn't really like flip out or anything. It's not my way. But it was quite some time ago I hit up some of the muckety mucks closer to the top of this company. I said, hey, you probably don't know me. My name's Alan Cox, and I'm one of your employees for the past 15 years in Cleveland. And we've got this big Alter Ego Festival coming up, and I'd like to go. Surely I can get myself out there. Don't worry about accommodations. I'd simply love a couple of admission passes to get in. Nothing fancy. I don't need a very important person pass. It doesn't have to be laminated. Send a couple of QR codes to my phone, and I'll figure it all out. And they got back to me. I'm just kidding. No, nobody ever got back to me. Not one single person higher up in this company got back to me at all. Not one person. If they had said, dear Alan, go F yourself, right? I would, yep, got it. But, we've done that Alter Ego for many years. And in most of those years, I go, oh, cool, that's a good lineup. This year, I really wanted to go. Glass Animals and St. Vincent and a bunch of other bands that I thought were just great. And nothing.
Dear insert employee name here. Thank you for your interest in this year's Alter Ego contest.
Nothing. So it just reinforced my long-held belief that, listen, I'm just doing my thing, man. You know what I mean? I'm just doing my show, having some fun, talking to our customers, plugging away. And once in a while, I pop my head up in the rarefied air being breathed by the corporate overlords. And I go, hey, if I might have the audacity to request a little something, and nothing.
I sent some notes, too. And
Nothing.
I got the, I'm sure we could take care of that.
I'm sure we could take care of that. I'm sure.
And then like a couple of weeks before, I'm like, hey, I know you said you're sure you could take care of that, but I still haven't seen anything.
You know, it'd be funny if they emailed me back after it had been canceled and be like, hey, we ended up with a lot of tickets for this thing if you still want to come out. It's going to be a lot of fun.
St. Vincent's playing the parking lot if you want to.
Oh, Annie Clark. Love her.
Good band.
Joe is in Orwell. Hello, Joe.
Hello, guys. How y'all doing?
Thank you for hanging on, Joe. What's going on?
Oh, my goodness gracious. You guys make me laugh and make me cry.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. And all the stuff that I've listened to in the last few weeks. I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
And it's awesome. And I'll tell you what, I'm glad Rob's there. Hey, Rob's cool. Hey, Rob.
Hi, Joe.
Hey. Miss the old gang. But I just want to make a note that everything that you guys do, you bring me up and don't bring me down. You never have, ever. And it's awesome. So,
well, I'm glad to hear that, Joe. You might be one of the only people to have that assessment. There's a lot of people that probably don't have as glowing a review of my work as you, but I appreciate it.
But I love you guys. And today's my daughter's 31st birthday.
Yeah.
So happy birthday to my daughter, Corey.
Yeah.
K-O-R-I. And she's really cool. She just got married about 3 months ago. And I'll tell you what, dude, it was the best time of my life.
The wedding or just this time in your life?
No, the wedding.
The wedding, yeah, married. Okay. Yep.
Oh, my God, it was outside, country setting. They had a carriage to come in, like a what do you call that? A horse cart.
Yeah, like a horse-drawn carriage.
And a bar, and it was in a bar, and the bar lady was just spilling the drinks out left and right. And I'll tell you what, it was the best time of my life. My wife loved it.
Yeah.
We've been married 40 years. All right. So that's all I got to really say. But you guys keep coming on. You guys keep going, will you?
Will do, Joe. Thank you.
Do me a favor. Do that.
Thank you, Joe.
Me.
Thank you, pal. We'll do that. Happy birthday to your daughter. Thank you. Recently married.
Thank you.
You know, Joe reminds me of something interesting, and it happened yesterday, but it was a very, very strange situation for me. We were off yesterday. There was an afternoon Cavs game, and so I found myself at my local Giant Eagle doing some midday grocery shopping. I was going to be cooking dinner, and so I was there to pick up some odds and ends. And it was like an Alan Cox Show fan convention at my Giant Eagle. It was so weird. Now, I've been here 15 years. I'm not unused to being recognized in public, and people, by and large, are nice. There's still some, are you Alan Cox? Yes, you suck. That's fine, too, right? It's a free country. That's totally fine. I've been doing this a long time. You can't say anything that's going to bum me out. But yesterday, it was literally every aisle I went down, there was somebody stopping me or saying hi, and it was, again, I'm very grateful. I'm glad people give a rat's ass. It was just very strange. This is my Giant Eagle. It's like 4 minutes from my house. And so so I don't know what it was, if it was because I would normally be on the air then, and I just happened to, I don't know. It was very strange. My next door neighbor was there, and I'm sure she was completely flummoxed by what was happening, because I don't even know if she knows what I do. But she's very nice. But I'm making my way through produce. A guy comes running out from behind the deli. Hey, can I ask you a question about the show? Sure. And then we have a little conversation, and then I move on, and I'm going down the bread aisle. And there's a lady coming the opposite way. And she just passes me and just goes, keep doing what you're doing. Okay, thank you. What I'm doing right now is looking for some honey wheat.
Maybe she was talking about the way you were squeezing the bread. Keep doing that. It's a good way to pick bread.
You know what? Keep doing that. Yeah.
We couldn't have more.
She's like, it's not a cantaloupe, dummy. I go, I'm just looking for some Hawaiian. No, it was very nice, but it was just, and then I'm going down the cereal aisle, and there's like this kind of hip-looking couple who, they're behind me, and the guy goes, oh, honey, it's Alan Cox or whatever. And I turn around, and they're very nice, but they like show me a picture I took with them 9 years ago at Porco. And I'm like, wow, I think that's when Nolan and I were out getting drunk. And so, but every aisle, I was like, this is, I mean, it's very nice, but it was just weird. And so I'm like, maybe something's going on. I don't know. It was purely coincidence, I'm sure. And everybody was very nice. But it took me way longer to do this grocery shopping than it would have under any other circumstances.
Boy, do we have different experiences in freaking Giant Eagles, huh?
Yeah, the guy goes up to Rob. Hey, if you lost a considerable amount of weight, you'd look like Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, that's what I get in Giant Eagle when I get recognized. You got all these people kissing your ass.
Yeah, I was pulling out a frozen pizza out of the cooler, and this guy goes, hey, Alan. I go, hey, what's up? He goes, if you gained a considerable amount of weight, you'd look like Rob Anthony. I go, you son of a bitch. I go, I can never repeat that to him.
Oops.
Oops, all Stefanskis.
Yep.
So, yeah, no, it was again, very nice, grateful, but it was very strange. And I have to imagine it'll never happen again like that there. I don't know. So, yeah. Also, I didn't realize, my garbage day is Tuesdays, right?
Garbage day!
Yeah.
No!
Garbage day! But I thought because yesterday was a federal holiday, you know how it's delayed a day?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Because I don't put the cans, I didn't put the cans out. I'm like, no, it'll be Wednesday because it was, nope.
Really?
Dr. King gets no love in the waste management community, apparently, because... I go out this morning, I leave for work. All my neighbors have their cans out. The trucks are, I go, what the hell's going on around here? And trust, I generate a lot of garbage. You think I generate garbage here? My bins are filled to the brim. Not really, but I was like, God bless. So I don't know what that's all about. I thought that all of these holidays postponed your pickup by a day.
Yeah, federal holidays always.
Not Martin Luther King Day. They are right out there on Tuesday morning.
Garbage day! Huh? No!
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody must be reading my emails. They go, was your correspondence with iHeart yeah, Alan, is it? We're going to need you to move your desk to the basement. Did you get the email about the TPS fax cover sheets?
I believe you have my stapler.
Yeah, I was told I could listen to my music at a reasonable volume. No, I didn't even get a letter from Dave, iHeartMedia. It was nothing like that. Alan, there's always trash to be picked up. Hey, don't I know it? I worked in small markets. Yeah! Alan, did you humble brag when you got home? You wouldn't believe why it took me so long? No. Nobody gives it up at Casa Cox for me. I've been doing this too long. Nobody gives it up. No. It wouldn't have even occurred to me. It was just an interesting turn of events. Alan, that's gross. The only proper days for garbage pickup are Monday and Friday. Way to admit you're a beta cuck. Because of garbage day. I don't determine when my garbage gets picked up. Tuesday is my garbage day.
You pick it for the whole neighborhood because you're a cuck.
Well, and somebody said it's only the big main holidays. But what are those? I thought a federal holiday. Maybe not. Okay, maybe not.
Didn't get mail yesterday, did you?
No.
Yeah.
It's like Memorial Day, Labor Day. I thought all those, it's not just Christmas and New, I don't know. I thought it was federal holidays. Maybe I know where I live. They send out like a schedule of the holidays, but I don't have that on my fridge. So ultimately it is my fault because everybody else on my street knew what was up. I just,
How bunky is your trash going to be by next Tuesday?
Oh, I'm going to have to put some in like a neighbor's bin or something. I'm just going to get over there. No, I don't. It's not going to be that bad. But still, I just, I hate missing things like that. I hate, those. I'm way behind in this money here. I'm so sorry. It's $1,000. It's from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. I got a letter from D-Rock, who listens to us in El Paso, Texas. And he's like, casting my mind back to when you guys were talking about genital trauma. People love circling back with these stories. He goes, I was on a road trip with my father to Vegas. one time, and he got really preachy and told me that he had to share something important, and I was excited, thinking he was going to drop some pearls of wisdom on me. And he proceeded to tell me about how he and my stepmother took a bike ride, and he sat on his nuts and ended up in the ER. And his PS of the conversation was, "Take care of your balls, boy." Wow. Yeah, again, I the great story, Dad. Thanks so much. I mean, it's not a bad story. My dad never told me stories like that.
Maybe your dad never sat on his nuts.
Probably, but he had them. There had to have been an instance in his many years of maybe some blunt force trauma. I don't know.
Some testicular incident.
Yeah. My late father, God rest his soul, never once relayed any genitalia-related anecdotes. Not one.
My sister.
And he was in the Army.
He's
a veteran. Once. Yeah. My sister hung me on a hook on a door once. So thank you, D-Rock. And if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, like D-Rock there in El Paso, let me know where you do that. Make sure you're on our map. Hey, the guys in Shinedown, you'll never be able to pick them out of a lineup, but they're going on tour. The Dance Kid Dance Tour, Shinedown, with Bush. You got to give it up for Bush, boy. Half the time they're headlining arenas. The other half, they're like, yeah, we'll open for these guys. We don't care. They just like playing rock and roll. I don't know that Bush has been here since Buzzard Fest.
They were here last summer, I think.
Oh, they were
Weren't they
opening for Nickelback
tour?
or something? Oh, with Wolfgang Van Halen.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Shinedown, Bush, and Morgan Wade, who's super foxy. She's real good. This is end of August. They just announced the show. So if you want to go see Shinedown and Bush, I will have those tickets for you on the way back. 35192. Text me for anything else there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. poster and a catalog of their studio albums on vinyl.
All thanks to Metallica.
iHeartRadio has your chance.
Just listen to this station on the new and improved free iHeartRadio app
to win.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Give stuff away, give stuff away. Wow, wow.
All right, you want to go see Shinedown? They just announced a headlining tour coming to Cleveland. Shinedown on the Dance Kid Dance Tour with special guests Bush, Gavin Rossdale and Bush, and Morgan Wade. She's very talented. Foxy, too. It's going to happen Tuesday, August the 19th, over at the Romo Fijo. I don't know if the tickets are on sale yet. I don't know. Do they go on sale Friday? Is this win them before you can buy them?
I believe that is the case.
All right. All that info is going to be at rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. I want to get my first pair this week. 2 for Shinedown with Bush and Morgan Wade in August. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I haven't heard this in a minute. Somebody texted, Alan gets the Phil Collins treatment from iHeart. No reply at all is the song there from the Genesis Abacab album. Did you ever get into Genesis?
I did.
I loved him because of Phil Collins. It's so disheartening to me to see how infirmed Phil Collins has become, you know? He's just racked with pain, and he hasn't played the drums anymore, and he's 73, but he looks 20 years older than that. But Abacab came out like the fall after I turned 10, and I asked for it for Christmas. I got Abacab on vinyl because I loved Genesis. And Abacab, for you music nerds, this is when Genesis really went from, they kind of ditched the prog stuff and were like, we're going to write pop songs and rock songs. And of course, that just catapulted them into everything else. They had put out an album called Duke, which was really weird a couple of years before, but Abacab was kind of the first one that they put out that just had a ton of hits, right? Abacab, and this one, No Reply at All, and, you know, loved Abacab. And it was also, for people who work in touring and sound and lights and all that crew, you know, the Verilight lighting, automatic lighting that most tours use now. Genesis was basically the band that put up the money to develop it. They put like $2 million of their own money into developing the Verilight automatic light system or whatever. So, but yes, correct. I got no reply at all from Dave iHeartMedia. Oh, that's why this was playing in the background when they left me a voicemail. There was just there's no one speaking. It was just this. And, it's great. I love it. Old school Genesis, boy.
Yeah, I had every album. I think, in fact, I'm pretty sure.
The proggy Peter Gabriel stuff, too?
Yep. I'm pretty sure that I bought the I Can't Dance album with, like, my own money when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Which wasn't their greatest, but was okay.
No, I think that I bailed on them by that point. Invisible Touch was massive.
Yep.
You know, but yeah, I liked all that.
What was Land of Confusion on?
That was on Invisible Touch, I thought.
Was it?
Yeah, I thought so.
Man, that was such a that album was so good.
And the video of the puppets.
Yeah.
That was a big deal at the time.
Yep.
Yeah, it was on Invisible Touch.
Okay.
Yep. 1986. There was a UK puppet show that was massive in the 80s called Spitting Image. And the whole video for Land of Confusion was those Spitting Image puppets. They were like foam caricatures of prominent people, you know? So it would be, I think that show was like largely making fun of the monarchy and things like that. It was very British. But the video was hilarious.
Yeah, they were all in it, the whole band, and then they had, remember Reagan was in it?
Yeah.
There was a whole bunch of stuff. That was really, really good.
Yeah. So, yeah, anyway. Thank you for that text. Take me down memory lane there.
And just to confirm, Alan?
Yep.
Shinedown goes on sale Friday, January 24th at 10 a.m.
Okay. Somebody told me that Beartooth is on that tour, and I don't think that's correct. I know Beartooth is doing Incarceration. The Shinedown tour is Bush and, at least the Cleveland date, Bush and Morgan Wade.
Yeah, I think they might be on some dates because I did
Like
see
West
that
Coast
on
dates or
their
something.
post. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they wouldn't have them playing both shows that close.
Alan, did you notice that they have Earth, Wind, and Fire playing for the LA wildfire benefit? That can't be right. Is that a goof?
No.
They really have Earth, Wind, and Fire
that's
playing?
One of the bands, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I love them. Don't get me wrong. Love Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Random odd choice for a catastrophe event involving fire?
I guess so.
Catastrophic.
Now, do they have to stay away from songs like Serpentine Fire? I mean, fire is a running theme in that band.
Sure
You'll
is.
notice they don't have as many songs about earth and or wind. It's all elemental, but fire obviously is the most prominent of the three there. So I hear we're running a lot of promos for that. Is that an iHeart production? The Fire Relief?
No, I think they're just glomming onto it and putting it on all the radio stations.
I see. Okay. Fire Aid is what it's called.
Yeah.
Dave Matthews, Billie Eilish.
I like her.
I'll tell you what. I was just telling somebody the other day when I took my older daughter to see Billie Eilish in Detroit. It was the first concert I'd seen after COVID. Like it was weird because it was an arena full of people with no masks on. It was unbelievable. And I had dropped serious coin in these tickets for just my daughter and I to see Billie Eilish. It was unbelievable how good that show was.
Yeah, she's great, man.
Oh, she's the real deal.
They're actually doing 2 venues because there were so many people playing it, and it's at the same time.
The Intuit Dome and the Kia Forum.
Yep. So you got Billie Eilish, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Gracie Abrams, Jelly Roll, Katy Perry, Gaga.
Green Day.
Green Day's actually at the Kia Forum.
Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks is at the Kia Forum.
Okay.
And then the others are, Sting will be at the Intuit Dome, Rod Stewart, Tate McRae.
So one of them sounds like it might be a little bit of an older demo show.
Oh, yeah.
If you got like the Chili Peppers and Rod Stewart, Stephen Stills, for God's sake. I mean, with all due respect, wow. Sting. All right.
Yeah,
Katy
but
Perry.
then they throw the always young Joni Mitchell on there as well, so that's...
Well, maybe she lost her home. Maybe she needs the work. I don't know.
Anderson .Paak, I love him.
Great.
He's
Fantastic
playing at the
drummer.
Kia Forum.
Speaking of
Sure
drummers,
is,
he's dynamite. So Lady Gaga. She'll be there too.
Lady Gaga.
I love doing the Tate McRae thing with my kids because she's coming. And they'll be like, Dad, were you able to get me some tickets for Tate McRae? And I'll be like, no, nobody will get back to me. I keep asking for Tate McRae tickets and nobody will get back to me.
Uh-huh. She's
funny.
cute too, Tate McRae.
It wasn't funny the first time, Dad. It's not funny now.
Tate McRae.
Tate McRae.
I explained slang to my 3rd grader last night, and I think I did the right thing. We don't talk down to her. Okay, so I've talked before, like the only thing my daughter ever wants to watch is Bob's Burgers, which is fine. It's a funny show. There's 15 seasons of it. Despite that, I feel like we've seen every episode of those 15 seasons a billion times. Anyway, well, everybody's home yesterday, so I go, let's watch the Bob's Burgers movie. Now, we had seen it in the theater, but it was 3 years ago. And so she was 6, and I don't remember. So we watched the Bob's Burgers movie. And there's a running joke. The movie itself is a lot of Easter eggs from the show. And one of those is the son, Gene Belcher. I don't know if you watch Bob's Burgers.
I do.
Okay. Gene Belcher has a band called the Itty Bitty Ditty Committee.
Yes.
Okay. So I had to explain a couple of different levels because Gwen and I are sitting there laughing well, it's mostly me laughing. And of course, my daughter doesn't know why. I said, well, it's kind of a grown-up reference, but so I explained to my daughter what it is. I go, you want to know? And she's like, yeah. She's like, is it a sex thing? And I go, well, adjacent. So I explained to her the joke there. It didn't blow her mind, but, I'm like, okay, knowledge is power. I said, there's a couple of things you got to know. I said, a ditty is a guy who had a lot of freak-offs.
Hey-o.
Okay? And so I said, a ditty is kind of an old-timey word for a song. So, and they're doing songs. I said, but a slang term for the female breast, sometimes, there are a bunch of them. I said, but one of them is a titty. And so her eyes get wide, you know. I said, you guys have learned about the titmouse and the titbird. And I said, and so it's slang. I said, I don't know where it came from. I said, but that's, you know. I said, so the joke is, instead they're playing songs, ditty. But I said, but like when I was a kid, right or wrong, I said we would make fun of girls that had very small breasts. And we'd say that they were part of the itty bitty titty committee. And so she's kind of listening and smiling and nodding and whatever. I'm like, now that'll probably, that's such an old reference that I'm sure it'll never come up in your life. I said, but that's why that's theoretically funny.
You don't think people still say that?
I've never heard that since I was literally like in junior high.
Yeah.
I just haven't.
I just wonder if it's still used.
Well, I think we are. I think gratefully we're at a time now where it's considered very against the grain to be making fun of someone's body. Not that it doesn't happen. Obviously, who knows? We've got 4 years ahead of us. It might come roaring back, right? I don't know. But I was explaining it to her. I was like, this is why it's funny. Because I'm still kind of a child in my brain when it comes to laughing at things, and so I would laugh. I should have probably suppressed it a little better. But I was like, well, maybe this is what I've heard people refer to as a teachable moment.
You know, it's funny.
I thought so.
It's okay to laugh at that. And there was a movie by that name in 2007. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah. Spelled out just right
All
there
right.
it is. Yeah.
Earth, Wind, and Fire is the horn section on the Abacab album as well. Is that true? Man, what a great factoid. That's great. What if Earth can't make it? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, due to logistical problems, please welcome Wind and Fire. Like it's 3 guys who go by Earth and Wind and Fire.
Earth took the night off.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm calling. Doesn't your town offer the opportunity for you to go drop off the garbage at a public works facility on your own accord? You can ask Rob if this is a wider thing. I've been led to believe this is in a lot of places of New England, but apparently towns don't offer their own trash pickup. You have to pay for either a private service or you go to the town dump on a Saturday morning. It's a real social occasion. Maybe you could try that and more people can know you. Talk to you later.
Is that a thing?
100%.
Like a private fire service out there in the Palisades? So you take your trash to the dump.
Yeah. Or you can pay for a company to pick you up. Like they would, and usually a whole neighborhood would do it. You know what I mean?
But these are like rural areas, yeah?
Yeah, ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was a pretty big town I lived in, but.
Oh, you had this where you lived?
In Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
Yeah. A town in East Greenwich. Yeah.
No, we don't have because people were telling me that Cleveland's garbage service did get preempted by a day. But other people were like, it's only the major holidays. It's a union thing. Even on Christmas night, these crews go out at like 9 p.m., you know. So I don't know what it is. I just didn't realize that Martin Luther King Day, despite being a federal holiday, was not garbage postponement worthy. I didn't understand that.
The town I grew up in had both. You could go to like a drop off your trash and all your your lawn clippings and things like that. Section for throwing away tires and paint and all that kind of stuff. It was great.
Alan, I've lived in Bay Village for 53 years. Last October, I blew off a couple of M80s after Bay beat Westlake in football. Somebody 2 blocks away called the police saying they heard a rifle shot. See, this is where you get into trouble when people don't know. Then they jump to conclusions, like that guy in Office Space. They sent the whole police department and 2 Westlake cops. They closed 2 streets. They found me. I got a citation for fireworks and was arrested for inducing panic. I was handcuffed in front of all of my neighbors. They couldn't believe it. Wow. Now, here's the problem. You get out to where we live, not a lot of crime going on. These guys are looking for something to do. And when you call out the entire local force out there to get this guy, because, by the way, once you ascertain that it wasn't a rifle shot, I would think you'd give the guy a ticket. But never underestimate how easy it is to induce panic, by the way. A lot of people, especially in these suburbs, a lot of people, very jittery. And home, right? There's some retirees. You know, I know a few of my neighbors. They couldn't be nicer people, but I couldn't feel more out of place where we live. And so I keep my head down, do my thing. I'm not setting off fireworks. I'm not doing anything like that.
All those hillbilly cops in Medina drive around with their own, like, flame little torches, you know what I mean, to help us light them.
Right,
like, don't burn your fingers with those. Here, use this.
Yeah, good for them.
It's great. They're fantastic.
It's protect and serve.
That's right.
Serve me some flame.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, the IBTC is alive and well with many proud members such as myself. The itty-bitty committee. Courtney from Diamond, Ohio. She's checked in with us on a number of occasions. She's 35, and she is the president of the Ohio chapter of the itty-bitty titty committee. All right, well, there you go. Alan, there's still Reddit posts because a lot of guys love them. I post to Reddit about mine because a lot of guys love them. Hey, listen, God bless, man. Listen, I'm not a boob man. I am an ass man. I will never turn down a great rack, but it's not a requirement. It's never a box I've needed checked. And, but there's so much emphasis placed on it as you're kind of coming up. And I just remember my first girlfriend in the 8th grade. This was a girl who developed early. And again, 8th grade, okay? First boob I ever touched was on this girl. And they were huge. And we went to Catholic school. So she's wearing a blouse and a skirt. And I'm sitting next to her. You know, and you Catholic school alums, you remember this. Girls and guys. You know, with those blouses, you turn a certain way. The buttons separate, and you're looking over, and you're seeing a little something. You know, you're seeing a little bit of an edge of the lace bra, whatever it is. But she was like the first kind of legit girlfriend I had in the 8th grade who let me put my hand there, you know, and you'd make out a little bit, but she had a rack.
And that didn't shape you forever.
It didn't.
That's amazing.
No.
You'd think if you start out with the big uns, that's what you're just going to want for the rest of your life.
You'd think.
Huh.
And now, again, like I said, I don't mind them, didn't require them. I'm an ass guy. But I'm glad to see that there are girls who are loud and proud about their double A's. And, you know, what could be greater than running around in a T-shirt and not worried about anything punching you in the face?
Is a double A bigger than an A? Because it's like
no,
a double
D
D is bigger than a D, right?
Well, yeah, maybe you're right.
So I don't know. Maybe A's different. Maybe it's A, and then B's.
Maybe so. Like batteries.
I've never heard of like C, like double B's or double C's.
No.
So it must be like the big jugs go after
right up next to the
single
cup size.
letter. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, sometimes you get what you get. You know, there's women who have to have bras custom made, and that can't be fun either. Because that's probably prohibitively expensive.
I think it depends on who you're asking. It's fun. I'm sure if you ask her, she would say it's not fun. If you ask her husband, I'm thinking he's like, yeah, it's fine. I don't mind paying for the big size bras.
Right.
It's great. Go ahead and custom make those J cups.
There you go. It's like fighting my way out of a barrel full of taffy every night.
Just batting them around.
Yeah, that's right. I found an old hoagie in there. We went to lunch one day, and I was like, what happened? So, yeah, listen, I'm glad that whatever you look like, I'm glad that you can
Great ass!
Get out there and fly that flag. Speaking of which, Cardi B. People are dunking on Cardi B today, and I don't care for it. I find her endlessly entertaining, and she seems very sweet. In the midst of the fake TikTok ban, we'll get to more of that later on, she wanted to bypass the fake TikTok ban by using a VPN in Hawaii. Listen, Cardi B, Cardi is not short for cartographer, okay? It's not her fault that she didn't realize Hawaii even though it's physically out of the country, is still part of the United States. People suggesting she donate her brain to science for this. But again, this is also why people, when she'll post long messages on her thoughts on the current political situation, people can rightly come back and go, bitch, you thought Hawaii was part of another country. But I still love her. She's great.
Rapper Cardi B is hoping to trademark the very specific way she says okay, and we're not kidding.
Do it.
I can't.
Try it.
I
Don't roll the tongue. You don't roll the tongue.
I can't roll my tongue. Okay.
No.
It's like a parakeet.
Listen to Mark do it.
Good. I can't do it. I can't roll my tongue.
You gotta love those Boston news anchors.
Sounds like my house. I'm the only one in my house that can roll my R's. And they always try.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh, where was Menino yesterday?
Oh, Mumbles.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
Mumbles Menino.
There you go. And by the way, shout out to all of our bureau chiefs in the great state of Hawaii. Got about a half a dozen people throughout the islands who listen on iHeartRadio. And you can too, near or far. You can leave us messages there as well. I got to take a break. I'll have more money for you at 4:30. Listen for that next keyword. You get about 30 past every hour. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. And I'll also have tickets for you for this thing that's coming to Playhouse Square that is going to be very cool. I'm going to be there. It's called Insidious. It is a live, immersive production at Playhouse Square. 2 shows, 1 night, based on the films in the Insidious franchise. It's going to be pretty wild. So I'll get you a couple of tickets for that coming back. 35192. You can text for anything else. You can watch live if you want to see us on our YouTube channel.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you here in about 8 or 9 minutes. That next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie. Listen for your shot to grab a grand. 4:30 and 5:30. Last 2 keywords today. And then we'll start it all over again tomorrow with RMG. Cavs over the Suns here at home last night. 118-92 was the final. Suns are about a 500 basketball team right now, but that's a blowout, boy. 118-92. The final. Cavs are off tonight, but they will be in Houston to play the Rockets tomorrow night at 8 o'clock here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app, if you want to listen there. Speaking of blowouts, your Boston Celtics, they just bent the Golden State Warriors. Oh, did you see any of that game?
No, but I saw the score.
The Celtics handed the Warriors the most lopsided home loss in 40 years. It was 125-85.
That crazy.
Celtics over the Warriors. But also, like, if you look at the Warriors now, this is not the Warriors of, other than Steph Curry, it's not like they were.
No.
They're kind of a carved-out team right now.
Yeah, but not a team that should lose like that.
No, that's true. But that's a team that kind of lives and dies by the three-pointer, too.
Right.
And I don't know that you want to go that way. A lot of texts from girls in the break, female listeners to the show, who are proud members of the itty-bitty titty committee. Guys, a AA cup is smaller than an A cup. All right, so my initial thought was correct. Now somebody else says AAA is the smallest bra size. I don't know if they're trolling me or not. Alan, AA is smaller than A. I remember celebrating when I graduated to an A. All right.
When you think about it, I guess AAA would make sense. Like the battery's the smallest, and then AA is a little bit bigger.
There you go. Yep.
Then there's no A's, so I guess that really doesn't make sense. But whatever. And the double D batteries are huge.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, good. Thank you. By the way, speaking of cup sizes, Elon Musk. This guy, boy, he's got some full-on moves. This guy's so, it's always fascinating to me, the guys who are crazy rich, but there are simple fixes aesthetically that they could undergo and they don't. Like that dude, is it Mark Davis, the guy with the bowl haircut who owns the Raiders or whatever? And Elon Musk, who had hair plugs many years ago. For a long time, I don't know why this guy was denying. He was doing the Jeremy Piven thing where he like full-on denied he had hair plugs. But we've all seen the old PayPal era photos of Musk and Peter Thiel. And Elon Musk, I mean, this guy looks like he was born from hair plugs. But that's what I'm talking about. You got the money, and you don't even have the billionaire money to be able to do something like that. But you think the guy might get breast reduction or something like that. He's posting these photos where he's... Now, listen, I'm speaking as a guy who, I don't have moobs, but my high beams are always on.
Really?
Yes. For whatever reason, I always nip out. I mostly wear black, but if I wear anything lighter than that, you'll see it's bubblicious all the way.
Never noticed.
Well, you probably weren't looking. And now, we'll see, I've got a band shirt on.
A little bit, not too
yeah,
bad.
yeah. For whatever reason, I'm always. But I don't have moobs. Elon Musk does.
Yeah, listen, I have him a little because of the muscle turns into fat over time, right? And I don't do anything anymore. So now I got a little bit of the...
you got to do stuff.
The middies,
all right.
Which is not ideal.
All right.
But no, his are bad. Like, those are bad. Bad.
Yeah, everybody's calling him Adolf Hitler. Online.
That's the greatest nickname of all time. Adolf Hitler.
I mean, whoever came up with that should immediately be designated as their White House press secretary.
Oh,
because they're doing fantastic work.
You just realize how funny people are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Adolf Hitler.
Designated hitter.
Mm-hmm. Designated Hitler. Adolf Hitler or designated Hitler. Pick your name for Elon Musk. Who cares?
You just can't even come up with anything. Like, I'm sitting here trying to think of anything that could be funnier than that.
No.
It's impossible.
Elon Bust isn't going to cut it. Not going to cut it.
Designated hitter.
Oh, Titler.
It's great. So yeah. Okay, so AAA. Thank you, ladies. Do appreciate it. AA is smaller than A. Right. Elon Musk is taking a break from green energy and focusing all of his time on white power. That's what this person says. Oh, you have to laugh so you don't weep. By the way, I think let's take the note from the brassiere people. Why don't we size women's underwear in the same way, right? Women are spending more time working out those cakes than ever before. We should size women's underwear similar to bras. There should be cup sizes for them clappers.
Well,
Do that, right?
Yeah, but then what if they want it to happen to us?
What do you mean?
If they're saying that your underwear size is going to go based on your wiener, that's going to be a problem.
I got no problem with that.
Oh, I would. Gonna go in. Can I have a double A, please? Sir, those are for 6-year-olds. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
The Sue Ellen Mishke is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's, I guess, something to be said for that.
For your size, sir, you should be at least a C. Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
No. They don't make them big in the Anthony family.
All right.
He doesn't know anything about bras.
I know a little. Besides, what do you have to know? Well, it wouldn't hurt to go in and be able to discuss it intelligently. Maybe you should take a look at a few bras. Where's your bra? Give him a bra to look at.
I'm not giving him a bra.
Why not?
Because I don't need him looking at my bra.
Fine, so he'll go into the interview, he wouldn't know what he's talking about. We have to. You don't even know what they're made from. They're made from Lycra spandex. Get out of here. Lycra spandex?
I think they are made from Lycra spandex.
You want to bet? How much you want to bet?
I'm not betting.
Take a look.
All right, I'll get a bra.
I don't know what the big problem is, getting a bra. She doesn't want to get a bra. I'm not saying go to the library and read the whole history, but it wouldn't kill you to know a little bit about it. All right, it wouldn't kill me. How long does it take to find a bra? What's going on in there? You ask me to get a pair of underwear, I'm back in 2 seconds. You know about the cup sizes and all? They have different cups. Yeah, I know about the cups. You got the A, the C, the D. That's the biggest.
You got to wonder if the D was still the biggest in 1994.
No way.
Season 5 of Seinfeld there. No, right? I mean, they were, yeah. I mean, again, not to tell tales out of school. My ex-wife, huge rack. And so it was a little bit more difficult for her to go out and get stuff that, you know, off the rack or out of the big box, you know.
And still, you're going to tell me.
I'm not a boob guy. Now, again, I was not upset. I'm not anti-huge rack. To me, it was kind of like value added.
Bonus, yeah.
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm all about the proportion. I mean, it's totally fine. But if somebody was like, for the rest of your life, you can only either have rack or a great ass, I'm an ass guy. I just am. I don't know why I am, but I am.
It's always the
great ass.
It's the triple B formula, the boobs to belly to butt ratio. That's what you're talking about.
I guess, but again, I don't even, you know, listen, I dated a lot of girls back in the day, and it was like, I didn't care if they were tiny up top or what. None of that stuff bothered me. I didn't really have a type. But if somebody was like, if you lined up most of the girls I dated, you'd be hard-pressed to find a similarity. But because people will ask, right? They're dating somebody. They go, hey, you ask them, they ask you, is everything okay? Like, are you happy with what I got going on? And you go, yeah, of course. Guys are worried about what they got going on, and, you know, and girls can be very self-conscious about up top.
You've actually had someone ask you if you're okay with that?
Yes.
Really?
I dated a girl when I was a manager at Blockbuster Video. I was dating one of the co-managers. And and so we'd been dating for a little bit. And the first time we were going to get down, she goes, I want to let you know, FYI, my breasts are very lopsided. And I go, what do you mean? Like one's by your hip and the other one's... She goes, no, size-wise. And I go, oh, okay, I don't care, you know? Well, she was not kidding at all, right? She was not kidding. But I could understand why somebody would feel very self-conscious about that, and I really couldn't have cared less. She was right, but I did not care. I was like, oh, cool. I mean, everybody's got their own thing going on, and I'm like, it's all great.
Lopsided, like one bigger than the other?
Oh,
or
one
like,
was much bigger than the other,
all right.
yes.
I didn't know if you meant like Sloth from the Goonies.
No.
On her chest, misplaced.
No, nothing like that. One was practically non-existent, and the other one it wasn't huge, but it was quite substantial. And I was like, okay, you know. And all I could think of was, wow, that must be like a source of constant something for you, right? Like you got to pack one cup of your bra and all that kind of, you know. And we didn't go out for long.
Yeah. that was already figured out.
No. It really had nothing to do with that. It really didn't. We just didn't, as it turned out, we didn't have a whole lot of chemistry.
Yeah, because you like chicks with boobs that are the same size, and she didn't have that for you.
No. I didn't care about that. But again, my point is, she was really not underselling it, right? I was like, it's fine. No, it's nothing like that. The hell's going on with our clock up there? Did they reset something, or are we at DEFCON 4 already?
It just ended.
Is it already the doomsday clock already? Oh, come on, man.
They're sending them in.
Oh, I'll cancel my plans for now. It's fine again. Josh is back from St. Louis. Well, he's not back from St. Louis. He's back on the phone. Still, I have to assume in St. Louis.
No. I'm Josh from not quite St. Louis. Not technically Arnold, not technically Imperial. I'm more Rock Creek, just devotion to accuracy.
Right. Josh, can I know I just picked you up. Can I put you on hold real quick? Just hold on, because I got to give away this money, and I'm all over the place with my clock today. The wall is flashing, and I didn't realize. This is $1,000 here. Hold on, Josh. It's from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Okay, Josh, go ahead.
All right. So the reason I called was you were talking about there's no crying. You had those two guys leave the voicemails that were funny, but you said there's no crying. And you were saying how Trump supporters seem to be so angry. And I'm not one of the angry Trump supporters. I'm comfortable in my coolness. But I think what it is that we've listened to so many dumbasses talk crap for the last 4 years. And then once he gets elected, they still talk crap. They don't even shut up for 5 minutes. I think that's what makes certain elements of the Trump support team go off like they do.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, you don't know what I mean?
No.
You don't know.
You guys won everything, but you're still pissed off, and I don't know why.
No, we're not. I'm not pissed.
Well, no. But you understand what I'm saying. If you're not, you're an anomaly in that group. I mean, it's you understand what I'm saying.
I don't think that's true at all, because I know a lot of Trump supporters and nobody's angry.
Okay, that's anecdotal. What I'm saying is, I mean, you heard the messages I played, Josh.
Anecdotal.
But you heard, okay,
yeah,
but
is also anecdotal.
Right, but I would probably venture to say I'm getting a hell of a lot more messages like that than you are, right?
Well,
by virtue of what I do, people have a direct line to me. So yes, of course.
And I think some of those guys are just doing it for the joke of it.
But it's not funny. But there's no joke in it.
Well, you wouldn't keep playing him if it wasn't funny, because it is funny.
No, it's funny to me, but I don't think they're trying to be funny. There's no structure there that they're trying to be funny. It's funny to me because they're guilty of what they're accusing me of. I'm not crying. These right-wing snowflakes cannot get their head around. They finally got what they want, and they're still not happy.
So you think that guy that calls you gay, you think he's being serious?
No, not that guy, but the other guy was deadly serious, and that's not the only voicemail he left.
That's funny. But what I think it is, you do fan the flames because you call Trump supporters dummies. And I'll tell you what, Val, I'm no dummy. But you call me a dummy all the time.
But I don't call you a dummy, Josh. I'm saying that all these people who, and I don't call Trump supporters dummies. I was in 2016 when I was talking about it every single day, going, this guy's a traitor and a con man, and people in New York have known it for 40 years. But they voted him in again. So there's no point in me doing that. There's nobody doing.
You called Trump supporters dummies today.
No, I said that guy's a dummy because he goes, there's only two genders, and there aren't two genders, Josh. Anybody who's taken junior high biology knows that. It's a talking point. It's a talking point. That guy's a dummy.
Yeah, but you can't. But you said MAGA supporters are just a bunch of dummies. And
yeah, there are a lot of them.
Well, I own a business, and I actually employ people and make their lives better.
Josh, you seem like Josh, you seem like a reasonable-ish guy, okay? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people who just couldn't calm their boners down for this guy, and now they see what he's starting to do, and they're like, what? I didn't know. Of course you did. Everybody else knew.
Yeah, I think what it is you might trigger sensitive MAGA supporters.
That's redundant.
Calling MAGA supporters dummy. I think that's
why.
What
Why are they so easily triggered? I'm just a guy on the radio. I don't have any power. Why would they be so easily triggered by a liberal cuck like me?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
Everybody seems to be triggered these days. I don't know, left or right.
Not everybody. I know it makes everybody feel better to say that it's everybody. It ain't everybody. I'm not in here crying. I'm in here going, hey man, I hope for the best, right? That's what I hope for. I'm not planning on it, but I'm hoping for it.
I was just trying to give you an explanation as to why I think some of the phone calls you get from MAGA supporters seem angry. I think they're more angry at you calling everybody a bunch of idiots if they don't agree with you. That is what I.
No, Josh. No. Don't put words in my mouth. I've never said that someone. I'm smarter than that. I'm no dummy. I've never said that somebody's an idiot if they don't agree with me. I said you're an idiot if you're not paying attention to where your influence vis-a-vis your vote is going. That's not. I didn't say you're an idiot because you don't. Most people who talk to me don't agree with me. That's fine.
But a lot of Trump supporters, we do know where our vote's going, and we like it.
But you don't care, Josh. You saw everything that was going on, and you plowed through it, and you didn't care.
Well,
and
no,
so
because I care about the country.
But
and
you
I
don't.
want things to be better for the country.
And how are they going to? And how are they?
they?
Okay, I shouldn't have said that. I believe you. But how are they going to be better for the country in this new iteration?
Okay, well, I mean, I can
renaming the Gulf of Mexico, Josh. Buying Greenland.
That's all fun stuff. I think the big things are.
How is that fun? Why? This guy goes, I've got 100 executive orders ready to go day one. Why are those the first things? The fun stuff? Why don't you do the stuff you said you were going to do, like inflation? We don't need fun stuff. The country's on fire. We don't need the fun stuff.
Well, no, we do need the fun stuff. I mean, I believe that
Let me handle that. We're going to get we're going to get the fun stuff from humorless dopes like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Let me handle the fun stuff. They want to be in government. Govern. It's not showtime at the Apollo.
Trump is an excellent troll. You know, he loves.
It doesn't mean it's funny. That's what you want in a president,
is
what you're telling me. A president.
It's funny. Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
Okay.
No,
it's fine. Listen. Okay.
I'll take a guy that will troll his adversaries as opposed to what we had for the last 4 years.
Josh, why
Any day of
wouldn't
the
you
week.
want someone who doesn't have to worry about trolling because their policies are just better?
Well, because it seems like trolling actually works. I mean,
For
Hamas
whom?
released those
How does it work?
It works for America because Trump is bombastic and says we're gonna destroy Hamas. It's gonna be a nightmare for all of you. And all he's doing is being bombastic. And what did that get? That got more hostages released.
So he's ripping
The
off
Biden
Shaggy
State
already?
Department-
Shaggy's Mr. Boombast. Okay, Josh, listen, I thank you, pal. I've got to move on.
See,
what?
yeah. As soon as I start to give explanations, that's when you have to move on. It's fine.
Josh, I didn't tell you to call. I didn't tell you when to call me. I got to move on. You're not giving me explanations. I appreciate the call. I hope you are correct. That's what I'll leave you with. I hope you are 100% correct, Josh.
All right.
Thank you, Josh.
You let morons talk forever on here. And when I'm trying to actually defend something, that's when I get cut off.
Okay, you know what? Okay, Josh, tell you what, Josh, 30 seconds. I'll give you the last word.
The bombastic rhetoric is always used in brinksmanship against other countries. That is why he does it. It is effective. Not only did it get India just said they're going to take back 18,000 illegals that are here because they don't want a trade war with America. That was just released like an hour ago. But Hamas released hostages the day before, and it's exactly what happened when Reagan was president, and then Carter was removed, and Iran released those American hostages. History has definitely repeated itself.
Yeah, because Carter did all the work and Reagan took the credit.
That's what you think happened.
That's what happened. You got to read up on it, Josh. That's
No, it's
exactly
not.
what happened. Yes, it
I
is.
read up on it. That is not what happened.
Okay, thank you,
They were
Josh.
worried
I got to go. Josh, thank you. I appreciate it. Josh in St. Louis, thank you. I hope you are 100% correct. I hope that the trolling is what gets it. That's why Obama and Clinton and Bush, all such huge trolls. That's how we got into a fantastic space. Shining city on a hill because of all the trolling. But I hope you're right. What the hell do I know? I'm not a professor of real politique. So thank you, Josh. I got to take a break here. Want to text 35192. Napalm Death and the Melvins. I cannot wait for this show. It's one of the first shows at the new Globe Iron in the Flats. I will have tickets for you in a little bit for that show. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
800-348-1007.
Good doggy. Lamb of God going to be on Incarceration, by the way. They just dropped that full lineup, I think, this morning. Excited for that. Incarceration out at the Mansfield Reformatory. We gave away tickets a couple of weeks back. I'm sure we'll have more closer to the day. 18th, 19th, and 20th of July out in Mansfield. It's 3 nights. Slipknot, your Saturday night headliner. Five Finger Death Punch. If a tap-out shirt was a band, it would be Five Finger Death Punch. That's your Sunday night headliner. Falling in Reverse, going to do Friday night. Beartooth and Carnifex and Marilyn Manson. Acid Bath, who are reuniting after 30 years. They were set to reunite out west on some other festival that got canceled. So Acid Bath at Incarceration. And just a ton of great, great bands. Lamb of God on that last night. Taproot. Remember Taproot? From Ann Arbor, Michigan. They had a hit 25 years ago. They're back doing stuff. Kitty. The girls from Canada. And tons of great bands. We do a metal show here on Saturday night. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. We were preempted by a Cavs game this past Saturday night. That is the last time this season that's going to happen. So this Saturday night, we're back with 2 hours of nothing but metal. And the closer we get to Incarceration, normally when there's like a big festival in town, that week's show, we'll just do nothing but bands from that festival. So that's going to be a fun weekend when Incarceration is in town. For people who can't go,
What the hell was the Taproot song?
Poem.
That's right.
Home to myself.
Yeah.
It helps me believe.
That was it.
Case of fire.
That was definitely
Break
it.
the glass. Yeah, love Taproot. But they did very much of the time. 97 maybe. And then they're back now doing stuff. What is 3 Days Grace 2X, by the way? Because Adam Gontier is back, or what? Is that what it is?
Because both the singers are there.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
311 meets Harder Guitars.
There's no piccolo snare in there, though. Taproot.
I forgot all about this song.
Love
My
it.
God.
Oh, I thought it was late 90s. This was 02. Okay.
Yeah, it says they formed in 97.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. This was off of their sophomore album, so it wasn't even right out the gate, I like these guys a lot. From Ann Arbor, Michigan, the AA. Which is, as we learned, one of the smaller cup sizes.
The smallest.
Oh,
right?
I thought somebody said AAA was the smallest.
Did we confirm that?
Well, no, they might have been trolling us.
No.
Very presidential of them. Perhaps they were. This is a banger, though. I'll give him that, boy. Poem is a dynamite
all about
song.
These dudes, man.
Huh?
I forgot all about these
Taproot,
guys.
yeah. I think they got all the same guys, too, in the band. They broke up mid-aughts, and then they came back. Yeah, anyway, Taproot going to be doing Incarceration along with a lot of other bands, and we'll have tickets for you, I'm sure, closer to the date. Do we want to talk about the fake TikTok ban?
Yeah.
I mean, was it...
It's the biggest stunt of all time.
I was reading about a 19-year-old in Wisconsin who took the bait, and he set fire to his congressman's office because he was angry about TikTok being banned. All I would say is, hey, kids are learning about who their congressman is. This is a great development. Hey, civic engagement. Congressman Glenn Grothman talking about his office being set on fire.
A call early this morning. Apparently last night around 1 o'clock, some 19-year-olds from Menasha came down and decided to try to set our office on fire. They didn't get in the office, but nevertheless, there was a lot of smoke in the office, which is obviously going to result in a lot of damage. A lot of the siding and air conditioner look like they're quite damaged. But I suppose in today's world, things just keep getting worse. And rather than just call my office and saying, let's open up TikTok, he decided to try to burn it down.
Well,
Fireball.
Listen. At least you didn't get Kyle Rittenhouse up there in Wisconsin. But listen, the kid took an active role in trying to talk to his congressman there.
My daughters all had friends over when the ban happened. Was it Saturday night?
I believe so, yes. Yep.
They let out a collective shrill, and then they talked about how they'll just go to Instagram Reels. It was like that. Like, oh, that kind of sucks, but we'll just go to we could do Instagram Reels. And within seconds, it was like, okay. And as soon as that came up, the little message, we're
mentioning President Trump.
We're hoping President Trump. As soon as they mentioned it by name and called him president, I was like, okay. I said to her, I was like, it'll be back in a day. Didn't even make it 12 hours.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Just stupid. And again, I get quiet with the politics stuff because I'm a lot more in the center than you are on a lot of these things, right? But I got to tell you, that's just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. Find another way.
Well, and the stories now when TikTok went up, and I don't know how conspiratorial it is. People are like, there's something different now about TikTok. Now, I don't know if that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy about it, but people who are hardcore TikTok creators and users are like, in the time it was down and then it came back, something was done to this app where it's different now, where the algorithm is pointing you to things. I don't know.
Yeah, my girls jumped right back in, and they said that they're actually seeing a lot more posts basically saying that, Trump is taking credit for this, but he was the one that wanted it banned in the first place. There's like all these videos kind of coming out saying, all right, you know what, don't take that bait. So you got to wonder where that in itself is coming from.
Well, but that's also kind of been, in the Trump era, that's been very much kind of the MAGA SOP, is create a fake problem, solve it, take credit for solving that problem. He wanted to ban TikTok in 2020. And then he got a lot of money from TikTok. And then he was like, hey, I like TikTok.
Well, and then
the kids are on TikTok.
He saw that it basically helped get him elected too, right? So now he's like, oh, this is fantastic. So, I will say my algorithm right now is pretty much showing me almost all Trump stuff. Melania's hat, there's people talking about that. Barron Trump, everything is Trump. It's just go through it.
Yeah, so like in the 12 hours it was down, he didn't have any legislative power. He wasn't the president yet. So they're kind of showing their hand there by going, hey, thanks to this guy, TikTok's back. Now, again, I did say at the beginning of 2025 that I was going to try to up the TikTok game for this show. Because we're on it. We don't post to it very often. So as long as it's there, we should be posting things to it, I guess. I mean,
for sure.
I'd be lying if I told you I genuinely care about it. But we are a multimedia program, and so we should act accordingly. I guess he said, what, a 75-day extension or something? I don't know what is supposed to transpire in those 75 days.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
But, for everyone calling for government transparency, it could not have been more transparent what was going on with the fake TikTok ban. So, I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more of that for me right now than I ever had prior. Like I don't ever follow the political stuff, so I'm getting a bunch of that where I didn't before. So that's definitely different. But again, that could just be that it's top of mind everywhere right now too. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not that my algorithm changed, just that it's what everybody's posting about.
Well, that's why it's going to be so difficult over the next 4 years to determine. Well, I say difficult. It might be goddamn impossible to determine what's legit and what's not, because it's going to be nothing but this kind of bait and switch type stuff, right? They know what their audience is. He's already got $1 billion pump and dump crypto thing going on, which I know is redundant, but it's not, so it's going to be real hard to determine what's legit and what's not. And people are just going to get to the point where they're going to kind of throw their hands up and go, I guess this is what everything is now. I thought it was funny that a lot of TikTok users, in the wake of the ban, apparently some people decided to come clean, and there were a lot of some of TikTok's biggest content creators who, you're never going to believe this, they have faked a lot of their content, and boy, who does not know that this is what's going on? Only the dimmest among us are shocked by this, that most people's lives are not that exciting. What, are you kidding me? I mean, sure, there's a correlation between, blowing up on social media. There's going to be a correlation between, increased popularity and access to cool things. But these people who have to it's a meat grinder, right? And so a handful of them were like, hey, a lot of my stuff I made up. And then TikTok comes back and they're like, oh. It's like the movie about the guy who finds out he's terminally ill and he blows all of his money and then finds out it was a misdiagnosis, and hilarity ensues. So yeah, one girl who has like 3 million people on TikTok was like, guys, before we go away for good, I want to share a secret with you. All those coffee talk videos I did, I never once drank the coffee. All the workouts I posted, I only did half of them. There's a lot of my content that was made up.
So stupid.
And people are like, what? But
hey, guys, I'm moving my coffee stuff over to Instagram Reels. What are you doing?
You should know this. Like, just day-to-day work that goes into this. There aren't that many amazing, exciting things that are happening to people. You've got to generate content. You have to. You're beholden to those 3 million people.
Now I'm getting back into my normal algorithm. There's I'll hold it up for the camera. There's a koala who appears to be masturbating. See, we're getting back, Alan.
All right, there we go. Yep.
That's what I needed. This is what I'm on TikTok for.
I've got live audio of that koala masturbating.
That's what I'm on the TikTok for.
Man, he's going in. Ooh, man.
I mentioned it quick.
He's getting all of himself there.
Did you?
Eucalyptus, eucalyptus.
Did you notice the only thing that I felt was worth talking about of the inauguration was Melania's hat? Did you?
Well, I saw like Pizza Hut memes and Hamburglar memes.
She looks like the Hamburglar.
Yeah.
That was and they said she wore it so she didn't have to kiss him, which I thought was pretty funny.
Well, yeah, because he went in, but kind of had to tilt his head. Yeah. I figured that those two, and again, I don't think that it's controversial at all. I don't think that those two have had physical contact in probably years. I mean, they famously sleep in separate bedrooms. I mean, the first time around, she made it pretty clear she was going to be spending most of her time in New York. But maybe, she might settle into it this time around. I don't know.
Well, they showed, and I guess Barron Trump, they said, was the most polite of all of them. He actually went over at the end and he shook Joe Biden's hand and Kamala Harris's hand and said, wished them well. When everybody else sort of turned their backs on him and walked away, like
he's
the other
6'8".
two sons, he's humongous.
6'8".
Well, Trump isn't a short guy himself, right? He's tall.
But he's like 6. I mean, he lies about his height. But I mean, I think they said that he's legit like 6'1", 6'2", right? So not short.
Yeah,
and
no, he's huge.
Yeah, but 6'8". Man. I don't know, man. That kid gives Damian Thorne vibes as far as I'm concerned. But we'll see. We'll see. These are the people we have, and I wish them the best.
I always get a kick out of seeing the old presidents there. You know what I mean? Like Bush is always making funny faces at people. Like all the stuff that it's so on brand. When you see it, like he looks like he's high on edibles. Like he's like, uh-oh. Eyes start going everywhere. He starts kind of giggling a little bit, making faces at Obama.
Yeah. Yeah. Alan, you're starting to look like Ozzy. Yeah, well, I don't have anything. People have been commenting on my hair today. I just got my full lettuce flow today because I didn't do anything with my hair. I just washed it. When it gets long, I'm growing it out again, and I don't, over the weekend or something, I won't wash it. I'll let it get a little grimy, and then I'll wash it. And so it gets, I got a letter from, God, who did I get a letter from? Patrick in Elyria. I don't know if Patrick is touched. I don't know. I wanted to know, Alan, how do you keep your hair so nice? I also want you to know that I've been listening for over a year and would like to know what happened to Bill and Mary. Please tell the audience that Patrick from Elyria, Ohio, said hi. All right, you heard it here first, gang. Patrick in Elyria said hi. But no, I didn't do anything to my hair today, and so I just tucked it, and I got my full lettuce flow going on. And so
tucked what?
I'm sorry?
You tucked what?
That and my hair.
Oh, all right,
no, I just tucked my hair behind my ears because otherwise...
I'm just amazed at how fast it grows,
It'll
man.
hang. Yeah, it grows fast.
That's wild.
Yeah. Well, I'm fortunate, right? I'll be 54 this summer. I got full head of long hair if I choose to. But again, men in my and again, I don't know. I've never been able to determine what the actual information is. People go, well, it's your mom's side of the family. I don't know what any of that is. I just know that men on both sides of my family die with full heads of hair. So I'm hoping that I'm not the outlier there, you know.
I just feel like that's
I mean, I started going gray when I was 21, but that's genetic too. I colored my hair for a long, long time.
I don't think there's any real rhyme or reason to it.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I lost all the hair I ever lost when I was like 18, turning 19. And it was coming out like by the handfuls.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden it just stopped. And to this day, I mean, I have a receding hairline, but I have plenty of hair. I can comb my hair and you wouldn't ever be like, oh, that guy looks like he's bald. I don't have a bald spot in the back. It was just all in the front. I thought I was going to be bald like my grandfather, like, you know, by my 19th birthday.
Oh, God.
That was brutal.
I don't know what I would do if I was one of these people that's like my hair's all I have, right? Like I'm not especially good looking. I mean, I'm past my peak. I was pretty good looking back in the day, but it's like I'm past that. Whatever, that's fine. You know, I'm in pretty good shape for my age, but my hair,
yeah, I've got
bread and butter.
I really have nothing.
Thank you. You've got a personality. I don't even have that.
No, I don't. We've talked about this. I get off the air, I go home. And then I sit at home until I come here. And then I have to go do things on the weekend. And I have to have a couple of drinks before I do it.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with our hair.
It's not personal. You said I have personality. I don't have personality.
Oh, yeah, personality.
Curmudgeon-y dick.
Listen, we have monetized our personalities, all right? I don't give it away for free.
Buying AA men's underwear. I've got nothing, Alan.
AA men's underwear.
I've got nothing. Nothing.
You guys have anything from the Mr. Peanut collection for me over here?
Comes with the Nutmobile driving.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, there's an application for the Nutmobile in here. All right, I got a break. Hey, those Napalm Death. I'm so excited for this show. Napalm Death and the Melvins, for God's sake. I don't know that either of them have toured in a while. With a band called Titan to Tachyons, who are like this experimental metal instrumental thing. It's a wild band. All three of them. It's the Savage Imperial Death March 2 tour. And they're one of the first shows that's going to happen over at that Globe Iron, the newest live event space there on the West Bank of the Flats. The show is going to happen Sunday, May the 11th with Napalm Death and the Melvins. And I will get you the first pair of tickets this week when we come back. And then 5:30, your last chance today to grab $1,000. That next keyword is coming from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The recent wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles now account for one of the largest disasters in the history of our country. Now, iHeart
Anybody down for a little honey bucket from the Melvins? King Buzzo? Oh, I can't wait for this show. Napalm Death and the Melvins. Oof. Cut your arm off of that, you son of a bitch. About this time every day this week, I will have these tickets for you. If you were to listen to this song and ask somebody, what do you think this song's called? Honey Bucket? You'd be absolutely correct. I've got the last shot for you today to grab $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. 5:30 is when that next keyword is going to pop up. They get them about 30 past every hour. Most of the day starts in the 9 o'clock hour with RMG and ends with yours truly around 5:30. So about 7 minutes from now. I haven't been getting them on time today. You know, I've just been, so busy.
It's funny because there's not much to talk about.
I know.
You know?
Did I play that? I know we played one drunk caller earlier who was calling about...
That was today's drunk.
Yes. No, we had a guy leave a voicemail where he's just screaming, singing.
Not Brian?
Not Brian.
Wow.
No.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a macabre song. I'm playing a band on Saturday night on our metal show that a listener reminded me of, and I should not have forgotten them because they're a Chicago band, but they're called Macabre, and they did a lot of quick, loud punk metal songs about serial killers, and they did one about Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. I don't think that's what this guy is singing, but this guy went off. He left this message Sunday morning. Early Sunday morning, this guy dropped this.
Hi, my name's Pete, and I'm here to sing The Night Stalker by Richard Ramirez. Someone better cry! A rat runs down the alley, and a chill runs down the spine. And someone wants to touch your brave, and you wish the sun would shine. Cause no one's gonna warn you, and no one's gonna yell at you.
Yeah. Six in the morning. 6 in the morning.
I pray that this man lives in an apartment building.
Right.
Goddamn Paul downstairs again.
Uh-huh. And then that's it. That's all he wrote.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Yeah, that's right. All right, thank you. I'm calling to sing The Night Stalker.
By Ralph Ramirez.
Richard Ramirez. So it was The Night Stalker. I don't know who did the song. That's why I thought maybe it was a macabre joint. But not so much.
Alan, this is Alex Jones. Wide orange.
Oh, he hasn't. Alex Jones, where has he been? I mean, I haven't heard anything about him in the news, anything. And here he is. He does check in with us occasionally.
Alan, this is Alex Jones. Why do oranges exist if socks can't eat spaghetti underwater? I mean, the turtles have shells but can't play the trumpet, so how does that even make sense? Meanwhile, the moon is just sitting up there like laughing at my inability to juggle flaming marshmallows, and I don't even need to mention the chaos caused by the rabid squirrels organizing jazz festivals in my garage. Honestly, if my toaster doesn't start speaking French soon, I'm boycotting gravity. This world is a shoelace made of pure confusion.
Wow.
Not wrong.
All right, no.
Not wrong on any of those things.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Was he at the Trump inaugural, Alex Jones? I know all the other bootlickers were, but
I wouldn't imagine so.
I was going to say, I think it petered out for him at the wrong time because he was all these other people really owe him a debt of psychosis for where things are now. He's been putting in so many decades, destroying his body and his family and his career ultimately, and for nothing. right?
Well,
I mean,
and
I
once
guess he
Trump-
had a good run, but
Once Trump is done with you, too, it's over. You know what I mean? Like, once he's had it, that's it. There's no climbing your way back in. That's what'll happen with Musk, I think.
But what I thought, and maybe I just didn't pay close enough attention to it, but I always felt like Alex Jones was, first he allegedly hated Trump, and then he loved him, but he always seemed super thirsty for Trump, but I was never clear if Trump really gave a gay frog's ass about Alex Jones, right? I felt like it was kind of an unrequited love situation.
I think he did if he was useful, right? That's the Trump thing.
Yeah.
If you're useful to him, it's great. I think that Elon Musk relationship is going to sour real quick. Trump's like that needy girlfriend. I mean, Elon Musk is like that needy girlfriend. It's always just.
Well, that's what we were talking about last week. I wish these people would stop trying to convince everyone that they're cool or funny or it's okay to be super smart and rich. Just focus on your companies. We are giving you billions of dollars in taxpayer money as subsidies for SpaceX and for Tesla and for whatever. Why are we, all the people who are pissing and moaning about unelected officials, boy, they don't care about Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos anymore. They do not care.
Allow me to speak for cool people everywhere, Alan. When I say I would trade spots with any one of them in a second. If I was rich and I had that type of a life, I would not talk to anybody about trying to be cool. I would just disappear into the world that I have created for myself.
I guess my thought is always, there are so many billionaires in the world, all right? A ton of them in this country alone. So many billionaires. We only know about these guys because they won't shut up. All the other ones are smart. They're like, I don't need anybody knowing what I do. I quietly donate $1 billion to Nazis or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, off the books. That's the way to do it.
It's 100% the way to keep your mouth shut.
But these
live your
guys
life.
that have to, like, try to convince you that they're, stop. It'd be so impressive if they were like, I'm just going to focus on my companies and really trying to, I guess when you have that much money, you're just bored all the time. Because you've got you didn't invent anything, right? So you have other people doing the work. You have engineers and computer scientists, and you've got aeronautical engineers and things like that. They're the ones doing all of the day-to-day stuff. You're the face of it, and you're the guy, whatever. I mean, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Although Alex Jones did mention, why do oranges exist if socks can't eat spaghetti underwater? And the other day I was like, why is orange juice the only juice that gets the initials?
OJ.
Yeah. My daughter's on an apple juice kick. You guys have an apple juice? I said, you mean some AJ? Just being cheeky, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of cocked her head. And yeah. OJ is the only juice that gets the initials for shorthand. You go, hey, you guys got OJ? If I were to go in and say, you guys have GJ, they would have no clue what I was talking about. When I was a kid, I loved grape juice. All I drank as a kid was grape juice. But you're not going to go to a restaurant and order GJ.
What about banana juice? You can go in and order those.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are.
Hey, do you guys have BJ?
Excuse me, sir?
Banana juice.
Banana juice, yeah. Who hasn't had banana juice?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties.
Could you blend it up, peel and all? Because that's what I would like to have happen.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, 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 banana phone.
That's the BP, not the BJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, it's just some stupid thing that flashed across my mind and probably didn't even warrant mentioning publicly. But, listen, if you've been with this show longer than a week, you know how we have become prone to, I'll come right out and say it, turning the beverage world on its ears. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've got the labia roller coaster ready to roll out.
Yep.
Summer of 2025. And now we're going to work on AJ, GJ, and BJ.
Well, I think we liked hibiscus juice, right?
HJ, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yep.
I had an over-the-pants hibiscus juice when I was in Key West. Well, I mean, I got it all over my pants. I spilled it.
All over my pants.
It was so good.
Yeah.
I spilled it. And thank God it didn't get under my pants.
Mm-hmm.
Because
completely different.
That would have been weird. I got money for you. It's your last chance today to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I always like to know where people are. You can leave messages there for us as well. Mike listens in Seattle. Ray is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. He's out in Vancouver. Eddie listens in West Lynn, Oregon. Melinda's in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Caitlin listens in Prescott, Arizona. I think she's like a gun lobbyist out there or something. I've driven through Prescott. It's positively, boy, you blink and you miss it. Our buddy Josh is up there in Binghamton, New York. And Brock is our newest bureau chief. He listens in Cumberland, Maryland. And Rich from Jacksonville, Florida checks in quite a bit.
Alan, this is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast on Friday. You started discussing boba tea and how you're actually a big fan of the tapioca boba in your drinks. You like to chew your drinks, and you like to drink your salads. This is why people get aggravated at you about your food choices, sir. Hate the show. Bye.
See, Rich keeping me honest. He's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to tell you. I like to chew my drinks. I like to sip my salads. All right? Why would people get aggravated? I like that choice of words. This is why people get aggravated with you about your food choices. Why would they get aggravated with me? I don't get aggravated at what other people eat.
You're just breaking the norm, that's all.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm a trendsetter. Now, these are not trends that are ever going to go past me, but I don't mind a chewy drink.
Are you still drinking the salads?
I still am having squeezy salads, yes. Mm-hmm. Not every day. Sometimes just perhaps as an aperitif.
That container did not look like a squeezy. Because the squeezy would be like a applesauce thing for kids.
Right.
And that did not look like that. It looked like more like a box salad. You come with a straw?
The squeezy salad? No, the squeezy salad is like the size of an IV bag.
Yeah, so it's in a bag. It's
no,
got a little nipple on top of it?
I've gone back to you twist off the top. It is. It's like the kids' applesauce pouches. It is like that. You twist the top and it pops off, and then you suck your salad down. Currently, I am back on the Factor meals. I've resubscribed to Factor, so I'm plowing through those. They advertise on the show.
They smell fantastic.
Yeah, they're great. But I will still work in a squeezy salad when the mood strikes. You know, I was talking about how when we go on an extended break, end of the year, we end up with 3 weeks off. When I'm off the air for an extended period of time, I eat less on vacation because my schedule is not as regimented, and that's the only thing that gets me eating is the regimented part. So left to a relatively open schedule, I just don't eat. Jeez. Or I'll eat once a day. And so
we couldn't be more different, man.
I understand. Me and most
these pants.
I understand it. It's not that things don't sound good to me. I'd love to be like, give me the Doritos, give me the Ben & Jerry's. But I simply cannot do that. I can't. And so, yeah. But Rich, listen, calling me out. You're right. I like to chew my drinks. And Stacy sent me an email. Hey, you can get Calpis at Medina's Sweets and Geeks.
Damn it.
For $2.99.
I could almost throw a golf ball and hit that place.
There you go.
I didn't say hit one. I said throw one.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah.
And I did all this online nonsense.
Is that a local chain, that Sweets and Geeks?
I think so,
yeah. They have a couple of locations.
The place is enormous. I mean, it just keeps going and going and going.
It's like, it sounds like, is it like B.A. Sweetie? Have you been to Sweetie yet?
No.
In Parma, I think that is, right off the highway.
This is like all kinds of
Calpico.
Candy from every part of the world.
Yeah, here's the picture. White peach, strawberry, mango, melon, and then the bubble tea right next.
Do they have our citrusy?
I don't see citrusy.
That was the good
That
one.
was the one we got, was the citrusy.
And the OG flavor is supposed to be vanilla, right?
I believe so.
And that's what I thought I ordered, but I
Yeah.
got citrusy instead.
Yep.
I'll have to grab some more.
So for the last 2 weeks, I thought you guys were saying cow piss, cow as in moo. So I'm like thinking these guys are.
Oops. Oh, I played the wrong thing here. Sorry. Pilot error.
So for the last 2 weeks, I thought you guys were saying cow piss, cow as in moo. So I'm like thinking these guys are going out buying cow piss. That's kind of gross. Then you started to make me think, well, you know, maybe you guys are onto something. Maybe you read something somewhere that cow piss actually helps you and makes you healthy or whatever the hell. But no, you're not drinking cow piss. It's cow piss. And boy, did I almost make a mistake. Hate the show.
I thought we made that pretty clear. I
Yeah,
mean, we were joking
yeah.
about that too on day one. And well, I'm glad. Thank you, sir. I'm glad that you avoided that embarrassment there.
So I went over to my nearest farm and I started drinking it right out of the tap.
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah.
I don't see any health benefits to this.
It's just hot and gross.
Yeah.
Right down my throat. This doesn't taste like citrusy at all. Am I supposed to add lemon to it or lime or what? Guys, help me out.
Maybe it's not supposed to be fresh.
I've been drinking bovine wee now for 2 weeks. Now, has it improved my complexion? Sure. But seems
Look at
to
these
be
locks.
Oh my goodness. No, calpis. And I think we're one and done with that.
I think so.
Yep, I don't know that I'll be, even if you tried the different flavors and found one you really liked, that wouldn't be your go-to drink. You would just go, oh, I found a calpis that I like.
Yeah, and you're not going to lose that mouthfeel either. You're still going to be left with that disgusting film.
Yeah.
You know, that's not for me. I didn't like that at all. Way too sweet, too.
Yeah.
I did get some coffee milk, though. I got the syrup for you.
Ooh, autocrat.
Yeah, I'll bring some for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the rim job of the drink we're coming up with.
Alan, do you ever drink chewy aloe water? I've tried that. That is very, when I was living in primarily Latino and Hispanic communities, the bodega would always have aloe water and aloe in the produce section or whatever. I'd go around the corner and get I'd get like a Metro card or something like that, or if I'd, go in to grab something. And aloe water, very, very big in those bodegas, and it's not bad.
Is it cold? You drink it cold?
Yeah, it's pull out of the cooler. Well, it's like one of those, the thing with bodegas is like the coolers are always kind of lukewarm, like they're on a timer and they're only plugged in a few hours a day. So you'd pull it out and it would be cold-ish. And you're like, okay. But it's okay. It's not, I think it's good for you. It's not terrible.
The only experience I ever had with aloe was my father's mother was convinced that it fixed everything. And she had the aloe plants.
My mom did the exact same thing. If we got a cut, she cut part off. She put the aloe on the cut.
Yeah.
I don't know that it didn't do anything.
I don't either. But that was everything. Every cut, every burn, every scratch, scrape, whatever. That aloe came out. I got a fix. I'm like, oh, God, the goddamn aloe plant's coming out again.
Well.
Can you just put some Neosporin and a Band-Aid on it, please, Grandma?
Yeah. Well, I cut my ring finger last night. I was cooking dinner. And I knew I was cutting a tomato. And for a split second, I was like, I think I might be going at a bad angle here. And as I thought that, the knife went right through the tip of my ring finger.
Ooh.
But it could have been a lot worse because it kind of went up a little bit under the nail and it bled like a friggin' stuck hog. But I didn't, if I had sliced, it would have been, I think, worse. It kind of just came down on the tip. You know what I mean?
Just the tip?
Just the tip, man. So I wrapped it up or whatever, but we have a lot of plants in our house. And I was like, boy, I was thinking about this exact thing, casting my mind back to growing up. I was like, boy, I really wish we had an aloe plant right now.
Did you have to wrap it up?
Oh, I did. And I wrapped it up hard and it immediately bled through and the whole thing. Yeah, I really got it good. Today it's better, but yeah, it was bad news last night. So dinner was quite bloody, as it turned out. Threw off the flavor profile. What, did you saute this with pennies?
Yeah.
No.
It's very irony.
Yeah. It's got a metallic aftertaste. Well, that's the GJ in there.
It's the special ingredient.
All right, I'm going to take a break. Send a text 35192 if you want. You can email me for anything at alancoxshow.com, and you can watch live on our YouTube channel.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
All us guys took some love honey with the active ingredient of Cialis. Jeffrey, you feel anything yet?
I haven't felt a bloody damn thing.
Charlie, you seem to be sort of.
There's something going on. There's something happening in his pants that he keeps.
I got lightheaded. Like the blood in my brain is drained and it's going south.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Ooh. To do what?
To finish some things because
a little pressure relief valve.
I got to blow some steam off.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
No heat? When you're hurt or sick, your first instinct is to turn to a doctor or a hospital for help. There, you expect to receive proper treatment and medical care. When a healthcare professional fails to provide an acceptable level of care, it's considered negligence. If you or someone you love is the victim of medical malpractice, call or visit Nuremberg Paris online for a free consultation. Nuremberg Paris, fighting for the injured since 1928.
Feels new, fresh. I like it.
I love my presets.
Presets are
Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The buzzer.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Alan, are you and Rob live tomorrow, or are you taking a wind chill day? We're live, baby.
We're here,
tomorrow.
baby.
We're here. We're quit.
You can finish.
I wouldn't presume. Speaking of chewy beverages, do you guys remember Orbits? Those were the ones with the little balls in them, right? They look like little boba balls. I remember it. I never consumed an Orbits.
I was thinking that was the gum, no? Isn't Orbits
That's
the gum?
Orbit. Orbits with a Z on the end. I think it was an energy drink that had, and now it's a travel website. But back in the day, it's on one of those lists of like top 10 bad beverage ideas. They called it a texturally enhanced alternative beverage. Most people just called it gross.
Mm-hmm.
It had brightly colored balls of gelatin. So it was like drinking a lava lamp.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, so like late 90s Orbits came out. And
I have no recollection of that whatsoever.
They're still on eBay. You can get all that old. I remember a couple of years ago, I did a deep dive. I don't know what I was thinking, because I was like, even if I found this, it's going to be 25 years old. I was looking to see if any place still had Bubblicious many years ago. I think before he was really a big deal, they had a gum called LeBron's Lemonade. LeBron James, who, again, I don't think he was a big deal yet, but he was on the cusp. He might have still been in high school, but everybody knew this guy was going to blow up. Bubblicious did a thing called LeBron's Lemonade, and it was so goddamn good. And a few years back, I was like, I wonder if anybody has an unopened package of that on eBay or something. Now, again, not thinking it through. Even if they did, I'm going to chew 25-year-old gum.
Why not?
I know.
I have to assume it. Does it go bad?
Well, it would certainly harden. I mean, it would taste like gum that came out of the Fleer hockey card pack or
yeah, but
whatever.
But that stuff, you would eat 10-year-old gum. It didn't matter. It tasted fine.
I guess.
It was still, because they all tasted the same. It was all crap. It tasted like kind of like Bazooka.
Yeah. LeBron's Lemonade. I don't remember what year that was.
So my brother and I did that not horribly long ago. I guess before the first Ghostbusters remake. We were online looking to see if we could find Ecto Cooler anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
The drink. He found it. And I'm like, did you buy it? He said, yeah, but he didn't drink it. I'm like, so what the hell did you buy it for? He just wanted the can.
He wanted the can of, but I thought it was a pouch.
No. It used to come in those, like you could, pop the top.
Yeah.
Come in a can. And he found
like it was the powder?
No,
you
it was
drink
the
it out of
actual
the can?
liquid.
Oh, I don't remember
that.
Yeah. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
All right.
I got to find it. I'll show you.
In 2005, I see. In 2005, it was Lightning Lemonade was rebranded as LeBron's Lightning Lemonade. Okay. There were 28 flavors of Bubblicious. See, as a young kid that didn't get sugar, cereals, or gums, we had to choose sugarless gum. Man, when I started making my own money, I was 15, I was getting paid on the table to umpire baseball games in the summertime. I would make a beeline for the goddamn snack bar, and I would load up. There were 28 flavors of Bubblicious over the years, and all of them have been discontinued except watermelon. It's the only one they still make.
Really?
But I think maybe you can find cotton candy, but they were making Paradise Punch and Sour Cherry, and they had one called Chocolate Chip, and they had LeBron's Lemonade and the Blueberry. I hoovered all of them.
Grape Hubba Bubba was my favorite.
Hubba
gum
Bubba
of all
was great
time.
too.
That was my jam.
It was very smooth, whereas Bubblicious, you could feel the granules of sugar in it.
Oh yeah,
right.
See, there's the can of.
But we also went. Oh, I see. We also went for, because I was umpiring baseball games. We also went for the Big League Chew.
Oh yeah, I just bought some the other day.
Really?
Yeah, I was buying a hat. I know, surprise at Dick's, and I went in and I saw the pouches. And I bought it, and I put in most of the package like you did when you were a kid, and I could not chew.
Wow.
And I was afraid I was going to lose a filling.
Yeah.
Just too old now.
I had it, Dick's.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll come. How about that?
Where do you get your hats? You don't get your hats? I like the Jimmy brand is usually my favorite.
I couldn't tell you the last time I bought a hat. A baseball cap?
Mm.
Yeah, no. Couldn't tell you the last time I bought a baseball cap. Probably updated my 25-year-old grimy White Sox cap. That's probably the last one I bought. I like those because I only buy like the fitted caps. I don't like the one with the band, the adjustable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I bought like a 47 league White Sox cap. That's probably the last cap I bought like 2 seasons ago.
I love the 47s. Of late, I've been getting into more of the trucker caps just because.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have a ton of hats.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Don't you dare. How dare you?
I know. I'm sorry. I know. Trucker caps. I got it. Bringing those back.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm wearing one right now.
Single-handedly or...
How dare you?
I don't know.
All right.
Not gonna.
You could do it.
Not gonna say what's happening yet. I'll figure it out. When I figure it out, then you'll know.
People go, what's happening underneath that cap?
I was thinking about the poop.
Rob was thinking about the poop.
Always.
That's where his brain is, under that cap.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Alan Bubblicious made my teeth hurt. Oh, gee, sorry.
Yeah, this is another one of those people who
Gum too soft for you?
took the day off when it was snowing out. Pussy.
My teeth hurt.
Don't think you're going to stay home and chew Bubblicious, young man.
My grandmother used to have what was the name of that spearmint gum that had the juice in the middle of it?
Chewels.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
Man.
Yeah.
My grandmother always had that stuff. You take the bite and it would like explode in your mouth. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
558, Alan.
Yeah, Chewel. No, I loved the goo gum back in the
Yeah.
day. There was Chewels and there was one called Freshen Up.
Freshen Up, that was it.
That was the grandma gum.
That was it. Freshen
Yeah.
up. Yeah. And it would, oh my God.
Chewels was this gum in the 80s for a lot of kids, Gen X kids. It was like their first gum because it was sugar-free. It had the goo in the middle, and they made it in like bubble gum and spearmint and...
Why did Pat the parachutist stop chewing Carefree and start chewing Chewel's sugarless gum?
Chewels taste better.
Why did the Duchess of Twiddle stop and start chewing Chewels?
Chewels taste better.
Why did the Bradford Bugle Corps stop and start chewing Chewels?
Chewels taste better.
See, that's why I was eating it, because it was sugarless gum. Because otherwise we had to eat Carefree gum. We could only have sugarless gum. And so that's why we were eating Chewels.
What was the one my grandmother had?
Freshen Up.
Freshen Up. That was sugarless too, wasn't it?
Probably. But a lot of the grandma gums, my grandma chewed something called, it was so it wouldn't stick to your dentures.
Ooh.
The grandma gums wouldn't stick to your dentures.
Okay.
And so, God, what was that called? I used
Dentine?
No, I used to steal it out of my grandma's cupboard because it had sugar in it. And it was like the only, so I would take her denture gum and chew that. Free Dent.
Free Dent.
It was called Free Dent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ate like a fistful of nicotine gum when I was a kid too. That didn't work out too well for me.
A fistful of nicotine gum.
Yeah. I'm like,
well,
I
at least
need
you've
some
got
gum.
a name for your autobiography. That's a good... Man, you were like bouncing around the house.
I got sick, puking.
What's Rob doing over there? Oh, he just had a fistful of Nicorette.
Barfing on Nicorette, yeah.
Wow.
We didn't have the real Nicorette in my house. It was like the
knockoff Nicorette?
Yeah, the CVS brand or whatever.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
Will.
Whoa.
Yo.
Hey, Alan. Hey, Rob. How you guys?
Good, man.
Good. Question. I grew up in the 90s, obviously. I was born in 86. I used to go to all the pools all the time. I was a kid during the summer. Do you guys remember a gum? It was called Tongue Splashers. It came in a paint can. It had the lips of the Rolling Stones outside of it, no matter what color it was.
I mean, yeah, that was my college girlfriend's nickname, but I don't remember it being. I don't remember.
And then I remember when I watched the first Clerks movie, the Kevin Smith movie. My local convenience store actually had that Chewel's gum.
Well, it came in a
Will
Tongue Splashers came in like a paint can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys remember that she was talking about all the gum, so yeah.
Again, these are the kind of things I bet BA Sweeties would have. Yeah.
BA Sweet? Really? I did not know that.
Well, no, I'm saying that I imagine that they might. I mean, they kind of hang on to those. You know, you can still get Tea-Berry and all those old-timey gums. And okay, yeah, listen, thank you, Will. I appreciate it. There's Will in Lakewood.
I totally thought he was trolling us.
Tongue splashers.
Yeah, my favorite gum was Throat Punisher. Remember that stuff? It's the absolute best gum I ever had in my life.
Oh, man, I used to chew pieces of esophagus drill all the time. Man, it was good. Throat Punisher.
Bruiseberry.
Uh-huh. Oh, why are your lymph nodes so inflamed? Oh, it's my new gum.
This is fantastic gum. Thank you, Throat Punisher gum.
It's delicious. Comes in cherry and plain with just a drop of liquid on the inside. Kids, Throat Punisher is for you. The only gum that's rated PG-13. Alan, you stole your grandma's denture gum. What's the matter with you? Listen, it's made me who I am today. I don't have an answer for you. I was desperate for sweets. And when she would go to bed at 6:30 in the evening, I was up there in the cupboard. I was raiding the Lorna Doones and the Friedent gum. It's not like she had a box of it, right? I wasn't taking her last piece.
Crushing Werthers.
Yeah. Alan, remember the mint chocolate Bubblicious? That was so goddamn good. The mint chocolate.
Never had that one.
Oh, so good. Alan, we used to throw Freshen Up gum to the monkeys on Monkey Island at the zoo. Of course you did. See, this is what kids do. They're looking for kicks. Is Rob hanging out a lot at the Pilot Flying J's with his hat?
The what?
I don't know. The
Pilot Flying J's?
The Jimmy Haslam trucker stops with the hats and stuff.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Say that again.
Dick.
What was it? Yeah. That's a fake laugh.
It was noticeable.
That's a fake laugh.
It's real.
Alan, surely you're mistaken. Surely you've purchased a hat recently from Cleveland Clothing Company, right? You can use the code Garland at checkout to save 20%. I've never purchased a hat from them. I've purchased all kinds of clothing from them. Maybe I'll go over there and look around at the hats.
I bought a couple.
Here's the thing, though. A lot of places, they do not carry the fitted caps. They're more expensive. Like, I understand why, but I don't like the adjustable band caps.
I think they're all adjustable. I don't know that I saw a fitted cap there.
Yeah. Alan, as a kid, I gave Freshen Up to my sister, and she said, "Oh, it's got goo in it." And I said, "What? Mine doesn't." And she almost hurled. Perfect trolling. There you go.
Well
Trolling
done.
as a kid. Yep. No, mine's completely empty.
Must have been a maggot in the middle.
Somebody suck the goo out. Hello, John.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, a couple trendy candies that I remember from my childhood years was Zots, and you also had the sweet tart suckers that were on that real hard, nasty lollipop stick.
Well, Zots are still around, correct?
They actually have come back, from what I understand, and you can get them. I don't want to throw a thing out there, but B.A. Sweeties has them.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All those kind of old-timey candies. What are the little chocolate things that? Yeah, Zots, right? But those were like super sour. Is that right?
Well, they were a hard shell candy, and then they had a powder inside of them. Once you broke through that powder, they lit you up like a 4th of July.
Right. What were the little God, what are like the rip-off M&Ms called? Like the tiny little chocolate balls with the hard candy on the outside. They still make them. They're like oh God, what are they called?
I know what you're talking about.
Not
they
Skittles.
Were like 5 of them in a little strip. They were round balls, like a mini malted milk ball.
Yes.
But they were different colors. Yep, I remember those.
Somebody will tell me what those are called.
I have no clue, but I tell you what, I ate the hell out of them when I was 3, 4, 5 years old.
Right. It's
And
your
you could
formative.
get
It's
3 of them.
3 years old, John, sucking down Zots. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
see?
I'm talking about the chocolate ball thing.
Yeah, chocolate
Oh,
balls.
Yeah.
About...
I
No, I
could
get-
get them 3 packs of them for a penny.
Yeah, see? That's...
in Cincinnati.
Sixlets. That's it. Thank you. Sixlets are what people are telling me. Like the guy from Motley Crue.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's
Yes.
right. That's exactly right.
Sixlets. All right. Thank you. There's John and Menor taking a trip down memory lane there. The Sixlets and the Zots and all of it.
I was a boy.
There, come get a packet of Sixlets.
They hadn't even named gum yet.
That's right.
It was the rubbery stuff you'd put in your mouth.
That's right. Remember, it's brought to you by Dr. G. Maine's Sarsaparilla Tooth Powder.
I can't wait to put my hands on one of those Chico sticks. Can I get one of those, please?
Remember, if it's not Dr. G. Maine's, it's not Sarsaparilla Tooth Powder.
Oh, they were actually penny candies then.
After you have I screwed up. After you have a whole bag of Sixlets, grab yourself a can of Dr. G. Maine's Sarsaparilla Tooth Powder. Available now at all Winn-Dixie.
Oh, God. As soon as he started talking, I remember candy from when I was a child. Oh.
Hey, we all do it. I do the same thing. That's the only appropriate response.
You ever had an Abba Zaba?
Abba Zaba.
Fantastic. Oh, no, Henry Bars. Some Mary Janes, perhaps?
You know, white chocolate's not really chocolate. Say, shopkeep, grab me a stick of Beeman's Whippersnapper, will ya? Tea-berry, ooh, that sounds good to me.
I was over at the Soda Jerk getting
I
my
gotta get
penny
me one of
candies.
those. Yes, one of those Choco Tacos.
Oh, God damn it. Whew.
All right.
Crying.
All right.
Oh.
Hello, is this Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, Matt. What's up?
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in.
Hey, listen, I'm calling from Sweetie's Candy. I want to say I appreciate you guys mentioning this.
You have Sixlets, yeah? Do you still have Abba Zaba? You got LeBron's Lemonade?
No Sixlets.
Oh, cherry mash?
No LeBron's name. It's all discontinued. It's horrible.
Wow. But that's like a bread and butter over there, is the depth and
I
breadth
know.
of the selection, right?
We still got 9,000 other items for you guys to check out. So.
Can you get those bars?
Hey!
Look
how
like a
about-
turd, but they're fantastic.
Are you running the
This
shop
guy's a
over there,
pro.
Matt, or you're just kind of you're grinding it out?
No, I'm a sales rep over there. Yeah, we
Sales rep.
deliver to
Okay.
place all over the town. So.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, I haven't been over there in a minute. I got to get over there. Tell the gang we said
Well, come
hello.
on by. Listen, I actually I dropped you guys off a bunch of popcorn, but your gatekeepers at the door must have thought it was like a threat or something. They must not have delivered it to you yet.
Yeah, we have to carbon date all of our gifts that come through with the food, and we run it through an MRI machine. The whole bit. It's a whole thing. But thank you, Matt. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Have a good
All
day.
right, there's Matt out at BA, sweetie.
Gotta get my hands on some bitter honey. I love that bitter honey candy.
Never have too much honey in the bit, oh honey. A bit? I'll take more than a bit. Pretty good.
I was eating Nico wafers before the O was put on. They were just Neek.
Nico? You mean Necco wafers?
Yeah.
Nico wafers?
Knee.
Oh, yeah.
Before they changed the name.
Yeah. Because they came from Northeast Colorado. That's how they got the name. We used to stand in the street corner with candy cigarettes.
They were Nico before they were Naco.
And the girls would walk by and say, "Hey, Chuckles, show me a bit of leg. I've got a whorehound candy with your name on it." Freaking whorehound. I still don't know what that is to this day. Whorehound candy.
Whew. Oh, that got me right where I needed it.
Oh,
Whew.
there you go.
Wow.
Like the peanut candy that looked like gold glazed candy, right?
Or those unidentified mints that just look like strawberries. Those disgusting hard
Yeah.
candies.
Yep.
Could have been 5 minutes old. They could have been 5 years old.
Yep.
No idea.
Yeah, they're still soldered to the bowl at your local sushi restaurant. You guys have that hammer and chisel back in there? I got a real hankering for
dinner mint.
Yeah, one of these, whatever they have at Cracker Barrel. Calling it retro candy is pretty charitable. Hey, got a Turkish taffy back there? Got a hankering for a rocky road. Charleston Chew. Unflavored, please.
Used to be called just a Babe Ruth.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, listen. What a way to end another stellar award-winning program. Okay, we got to go. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow. No wind chill days around here for us. We'll come in our parkas. Anything you missed, the show will be available on the iHeartRadio app in its entirety in a bit. And you can leave messages, too, of any variety. If you listen on the app, you can also leave voicemails. The after-hours line is 216-986-8903. Rob, where can people find you on the social media?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
And I'm Alan Cox Show on all of your platforms. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show if you want to watch the program. And Cavs are off tonight. You got the Corey Roddick Experience next. You're in great shape. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. We'll talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. And I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The recent wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles now account for one of the largest disasters in the history of our country.
Now, iHeartRadio is bringing you the Fire Aid Benefit Concert.
Live in Los Angeles.
January 30th.
Anderson .Paak, Alanis Morissette, Billie Eilish, Dave Matthews and John Mayer, Dawn, Earth, Wind and Fire, Graham Nash, Gracie Abrams, Green Day, Jelly Roll, John Fogerty, Joni Mitchell, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Little